You give me the page on social media. I just felt like that's not one person.
Good morning, everybody. Hi. My name is Jim Townsend, and I'm the Executive Director of Houston Cinema Arts Society. And I wanted to welcome you to the DeLUXE Theatre today for our Black Media Story Summit. Thank you so much for being here. Today's event is part of the wider Houston Cinema Arts Festival. You can check us out on cinemahtx.org or follow us on socials at cinemahtx. Please check out the full lineup of programs that we have for the festival. If you are still with us today after the conclusion of Black Media Story Summit, there's some great programs playing at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston tonight and also at Rice Cinema. So we have programs out front. Please check them out. Please participate in the rest of the festival. We'd love to have you. I'm really thrilled to be here and really, really grateful to the DeLUXE Theatre, not just for being excellent hosts every time we come and want to do something cool with you guys, but for the role that you fulfill in the community. So I'm really, really honored to be a part of the DeLUXE Theatre. And we are showing a couple of movies here, so please check that in the program too. I also wanted to thank Houston Media Source, our partners for this event and for many things in the festival. Houston Media Source is doing a lot to connect the community with the resources that are going to make Houston a better place for film, for content creators and storytellers. So thank you to Houston Media Source for all of your hard work and for everything they're doing to make this event a success today. I also want to thank our partners for Black Media Story Summit, Black Public Media, and Austin Film Society. And I also want to thank our board, our staff, our volunteers. Houston Cinema Arts Festival has a number of really great friends and really great sponsors, including HEB, Houston Arts Alliance, Black Public Media, Houston First, and the Houston Film Commission. So it's a labor of love doing this kind of thing for the community, and it only makes our community better. I'm somebody, and we're an organization who believes deeply that storytelling matters, that movies can change lives, and that when we come to a sacred place like the DeLUXE Theatre to share the power of storytelling, we are having a real impact on the community. And it's an honor to be a part of it. So thank each and every one of you for coming out and for sharing this with us. I would like to now introduce Erica DeParina Sugars from Austin Film Society. Thank you, Erica.
Hello, everyone. It's finally sweater weather in Texas. I'm so excited, and I'm so excited to see you all here. My name is Erica DeParina Sugars. I am the Director of Programs for the Austin Film Society, and really honored to be here. Founded in 1985, the Austin Film Society empowers the community to make, watch, and love film. And that goal is really to make the art, industry, and culture of film accessible to all, not only in Austin, but in Texas-wide. And so we've done this through a number of things, our filmmakers support services, which are grants, programs like this, and other support services for artists, workshops, our production facility, Austin Studios, which attracts and grows the creative media industry and ecosystem and here in Texas, and then our art house, our nonprofit Art House Cinema, AFS Cinema, and our creative media center, Austin Public, which is a space for training and access to production tools and distribution. We are honored again to partner with Black Public Media and the Houston Cinema Arts Society to bring together community stakeholders and creatives, this time to discuss ways to address the disproportionate impact of climate change on Black and Brown communities. So much of this is really evident in our backyards here in Texas. We look forward to supporting the media that and the media makers that come from this and create stories, for them to create stories about their own communities and that bring attention to and create action around climate justice. So really excited about the conversations we'll have today. So I want to thank again Leslie and Black Public Media for bringing the summit back to Texas. As folks in Texas know, our thriving arts community is thriving here without the resources of other locations that are better resourced. So we're really grateful to have the support and connection with organizations like Black Public Media to support our artists. And then also thanks Houston Cinema Arts Society for being a wonderful host, and also the DeLUXE Theatre. And then I'm passing it to Leslie.
All right. Hi, everybody. Before I get started, I want to just do a land acknowledgement and note that we are holding this event on the unceded lands of the Coahuiltecan and Karankawa Native American peoples. And for those of you who are joining us in the virtual space, I want to acknowledge that many of you, especially if you're in the US and in Canada, you are sitting on unceded lands of the many indigenous tribes of the Americas. Feel free to post your land acknowledgement in the chat. My name is Leslie Fields Cruz. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm the executive director of Black Public Media. Black Public Media is a nonprofit organization committed to the development of visionary content creators and to the distribution of stories about the global Black experience. We are also the executive producers of the anthology series Afropop, The Ultimate Cultural Exchange, which can be seen on the World Channel or by streaming on the PBS app. In 2020, Mashable released a list of 20 documentaries you need to watch because this planet is on fire. Out of the list, none featured a Black filmmaker and none centered a story from a Black lens. Now, on their 2022 list, there are 23 documentaries, 2 of which center Black perspectives, and both have Black creatives attached. So there has been progress, right? The films are being made, the stories are being told, and especially at festivals like Houston Cinema Arts Festival, where they are providing an opportunity for the community to see these films, they're there. But we must meet the need. We must meet the level of urgency needed to encourage Black communities to engage in climate change awareness and action. We need to make sure that our existing stories reach their audiences and that we support more stories that center a Black experience. Because when the people in the story look like you, talk like you, come from a community that you recognize or a culture that you connect to, then it's no longer just a story. It's your story. And when it's your story, you are even more compelled to take action. So today marks the official launch of Black Public Media's Climate Justice Initiative. What does that mean? Well, over the next 3 years, we are prioritizing stories about climate change and environmental justice and the solutions. We will provide $40,000 grants to 4 feature-length documentary films. We are seeking completed works for our Afropop series, seasons 16 and 17. For our Be Heard digital social media digital series, our 3rd season will focus on climate justice, and I am actively fundraising to secure more dollars to support short and immersive media content. So if there are any funders out here or in the virtual world, you need to hit me up. The structure of today's events will be panels, discussions, and then breakout sessions for brainstorming. You'll hear from grassroots activists doing climate justice work in local communities. You'll discover tools and strategies to make stories about climate justice impactful for audiences. And you'll hear cases from creatives who have completed or are distributing their projects, or are in production on their projects. We want you to connect with each other in person and online, and we want to ignite your imaginations around story, around engagement, around platforms, distribution, fundraising strategies, and many more. I want to thank New York Community Trust, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and PBS for their financial support, Houston Cinema Arts Society and Austin Film Society for welcoming us back to Texas. To our advisory committee, Willow Curry, Ronald Jones, Dr. Danae King, Caitlin Sachs, and Wanja Emily. The DeLUXE Theatre, Black Heart, our virtual partners, and of course, my entire BPM fam, but especially Ebony Johnson, who's there in the back, wave at Ebony, to whom we would not be here had she not taken on this task. And I also want to, that's it. No, I'm not done yet. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Doris Brown. Doris Brown, she, her, is West Street Recovery's co-director of community research, organizing and special events. She is also a co-founder of the Northeast Action Collective, and she graduated from HCC with a degree in Human Services Technology and certification in mental health. In 2016, she graduated from the University of Houston with a Bachelor of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies, and she joined the staff at West Street in June of 2020. Please welcome Dr. Doris Brown.
As you already know, my name is Doris Brown. And my mantra is, if it's not right, I have to fight. It started for me as a teenager, fighting for civil rights until my mom saw my report card and realized that I had been shooting hooky from school. Because I went to TSU and joined the college kids there to go downtown and sit at F.W. Woolworth all day long, hungry and thirsty. They would not serve us. So that was the beginning of mine. That was the beginning of my fight for the rights. Although I had reached out, I guess I'm a little nervous right now, so let me calm down. When I was a kid, I loved the sky, the nights, the stars, the constellations, the lightning bugs that flew around at night. I loved looking up. I loved all of this. As the years went by and I got a little older, I realized that when you looked up in the sky, you could no longer see the stars, maybe just one star. The constellations seemed to disappear. The crickets no longer made noise at night. All of this, I did not realize at that time what it was. Harvey was the catalyst that really made it all clear for me. It changed everything for me. I was impacted very bad from Harvey. I almost lost my life in Harvey because of my ceiling fell into my house. FEMA came, but FEMA comes behind disasters to deny us. We in the Black and brown communities know this already, and it makes us angry. I joined West Street in 2020, but before that, I and the members of my community, we just never seemed to recover from one disaster to another. We all got together and we started the Northeast Action Collective, and we came with that name in my garage. We have been fighting a fight for the last 4 years that has been, I'm not gonna say we've been fighting a fight. We have been raising hell about the disproportionate, about the disproportionate impacts that impact our communities. We were so tired, we were fed up. We felt as though we were being treated as second-class citizens. Our neighborhoods became sacrifice zones. We have all these refineries that emit all this black smoke. We do not have zoning laws here in Houston. And this makes it bad for marginalized, low-income, Black and brown communities that have historically been disinvested, disenfranchised, and discriminated against. In 2018, here in Houston, we had a bond election that had the word that we had struggled for a long time. This was the first bond that said something about equity. In 2020, we realized that the city of Houston and the county did not understand what equity was because we got none. So we filed a Title VI discrimination suit against the General Land Office of Texas. This is an ongoing suit, but this is not the only thing that we have done. We got together and we realized that as long as we didn't stand up for ourselves, no one else was going to do it. We became, I guess you could call us radicals. We were revolutionary in our neighborhoods because we all banded together because we were fed up with everything, and we decided to step up, step out, and speak up for ourselves because we were tired. We were sick and tired of just being, I had a little speech here, but I seemed to have just, yeah, I guess I got, okay. All right. We're going to flash forward here where I developed asthma and COPD. I suppose smoking for 30 years might have contributed to COPD, but the asthma was triggered by the environment. Moving to Colorado for my health did not help. The air was clean and crisp, but my heart still was here in Houston. So I came back, and in 2017, after Harvey, things drastically changed for me and my communities. We had grown tired and frustrated with the system and the historical disinvestment that plagued BIPOC communities. In October 2018, we band together. We officially became a group known as the Northeast Action Collective. The communities that were tired of systemic historical disinvestment, discrimination, and discouraged community that plagued our communities. We did research. I can't look out at everybody's face. We did research for National Academy of Science, the VOAB, River Network. Is anyone really understanding what I'm saying? Or should I begin at the beginning of my speech? That's what I'll do. And that way I won't get lost in it. Sorry about that. My name is Doris Bryan. As you already know, I'm the co-director of West Street Cover and also the co-founder of the Northeast Action Collective for short. not. Both are grassroots groups that are still fighting for justice and change. My mantra is, if it's not right, I have to fight. Started for me as a teenager fighting for civil rights until my mom saw my report card and realized that I had been shooting hooky going downtown to F.W. Woolworth with the TSU college students, sitting on the stools all day, starving and thirsting. Even though we had money in our pockets, they would not serve us. This was during the civil rights era. And the words "for colored only" is what really disturbed me and started all of this. I could not understand at that age what "for colored only" meant. It meant that we were second-class citizens. It meant that we were not valued as people. And this made me more angry than I've ever been. And to this day, I think of that sign, and that sign just seems to push me. I've been in this fight since I was 12 years old. I am now 72, and I'm still fighting. Although I had reached out to FEMA twice. Once during Allison, my house sustains, and then during Harvey. And I just got fed up with the status quo because I realized that they came to deny us. They were going to build barriers to any kind of help for the Black and brown communities instead of bridges. Harvey was the hurricane that solidified everything for me. I became angry. My neighbors were angry. And through the help with West Street Recovery, who was a disaster program that came to our Black and brown communities to help us when Harvey hit, to help evacuate and do home rebuild. These young millennials came and they kept their word. They came into our neighborhood and said what they would do and try to help us, and they did action. This was the first time anyone had reached out and tried to help our communities survive a disaster. Our municipalities, they have never been able to do anything for us. They treat us as though we're second class. And our neighborhoods, we've been historically marginalized, discriminated against. And this bond that had the equity in it, they did not know what it meant. Equity. Everybody always talking about equality and equity. Equality is when everything is the same for everyone across the board. Equity is when a person is met at their own place. Wherever they are, that's where you meet them. Equity was historic, and equity is what we want now. We want equity. We want our seat at the table. We want people to know how we feel in our own neighborhoods. We want to be recognized for the things that we have gone through. The fact that our survival has depended upon us being able to adapt to what's happening. We are very resilient in our neighborhoods now. We discovered that a lot of research that we did in our neighborhoods, we realized that even though we are low income, sacrifice zones, we wanted our place at the table. We want everything to be for us, by us. We were tired of people sitting up in these ivory towers looking at data that was 10, 15 years old, telling us what we needed in our neighborhood, and you have never set boots in our neighborhood. You have never came down to see what we really needed. You never asked us what we really needed in our day-to-day life. We did not matter. They figured like our neighborhoods were expandable. We have a lot of refineries. We realized that these refineries was killing us. Without the zoning laws in Houston, which we came to find out through different research that we did in the neighborhoods, because we did a lot of research for different companies, different colleges, and we realized that we didn't stand a chance, a snowball's chance in hell if we didn't step up, step out, and say something for ourselves. No one came to our neighborhoods. Finally, we started registering for environmental climate realities. We started going to different meetings that were talking about the climate. We realized that there was an intersectionality of environmental justice that included the health impacts that it was having on our neighborhoods, the economic impact that it was having, and all of this laid us open to be heard. The impacts that other neighborhoods were not facing, we never our neighborhoods never will have a chance unless we our neighborhoods did not have a chance unless we addressed the health impacts, the economic impacts, and the disproportionate injustice that we had faced all along. Excuse me. We at the Northeast Action Collective, we stepped up and we filed a Title VI discrimination suit against the GLO of Texas, for the simple reason that they have historically disinvested us. They just did not care about what. And when the mitigation funds came down from the HUD, from the federal government, again, Houston, they didn't give Houston a dime. They did not give Harris County a dime. And it was Port Arthur, all the frontline communities. We were the ones that was devastated. We lost almost everything that we had, including some of us lost our lives. So we filed a Title VI, and HUD upheld the Title VI discrimination suit from 1964, civil rights. And this is an ongoing fight. This is what we're still fighting right now because it is important. And we are looking to HUD and the Fair Housing Act in case we have to take it to the DOJ. Sometimes you just got to get mad and do something different, because if you don't, they're going to continue to just run over us and disrespect the Black and brown communities. We have joined several environmental groups. We have went to several convenes, several conventions in Washington and Milwaukee. And we realized that if we didn't speak up, it's just, my heart is beating so fast now. Some words are getting stuck in my mouth, but because I want you to know the importance of fighting for climate change. Someone already said when they said that we're on fire. And climate change is something that's going to affect every one of us from generation to generation. We have made a mess of the world. The world is fighting back against us. And if we don't make a change in the way that we're using the gas, the green gas emissions, methane gas, and all of these places, these refineries, these concrete batches, and they're steady building them in the Black and brown neighborhoods. And this is what we're fighting against because we don't want this to continue. I have great grandchildren now. I have no way of showing them the sky. They do not see the fireflies. They do not see the stars. Why? Because it's filled with smog and pollution that shouldn't be there. We do not have air monitoring in our neighborhoods. So now we're raising this new infrastructure bill is supposed to do all this. Our fight started with drainage because we could not get the water off our streets. Even a heavy rain would just leave our streets flooded with waters. I have a young river sometimes floating down my street when it rains, and it doesn't have to be a disastrous event. So we fight against all of this. We have no drainage. The drainage is antiquated. They do not fix it. The federal government sent the money to get this fixed, but because of our neighborhoods and where we're located, we are expendable. That's what I mean when I tell you we are sacrifice zones. Our neighborhoods have just been impacted for so long that it makes me angry. It makes me mad as Sam Hill. I'm say it like that, for lack of a better word. But our communities are stepping up. We have engaged our communities, different communities around Texas. Even when we go to different states, people are intrigued with the way that we do things because we do community outreach. We do participatory outreach. We engage the community, we engage the people, we encourage them, and we empower them to speak up for themselves. And that is part of what we do at the West Street and the NOC. We started with 12 members. Now we have over 50 members on a regular basis. Every Wednesday, we meet as a group. We talk strategy, we brainstorm, and we bring in more people like this. Not only that, we have started different groups that are engaging the city, the county, and the federal government because we realize that the federal government needs to do more. It needs to, Texas has been Texas. The government in Texas has been Texas. And Texas just does not include us. Now we're fighting a fight because they're trying to, this critical race theory. Not only have they discriminated against us, now they want to wipe us out, wipe out our culture. They do not want our children to know the truth about the different things that have transpired historically. This is another fight that I would take on because I love addressing the pink elephant in the room because people won't speak up, but I will. I guess I have a different assignment. Lord uses my big mouth in different ways that sometimes, you know, it's amazing even to me because I've been given a chance, even at 72 years old, to be able to still be able to want to fight, to want to do something, because I don't want us not to know what's happening in our own neighborhoods. I don't want people not to be empowered to speak up. For too long, folks have been just afraid, I guess you could say it's afraid because of the status quo, because they felt like they did not matter. But I want everyone to know that you matter, that your words have power in them. And if you get together as a group, a grassroots group like us, I'm just surprised at the different things that we have done, the different people that we have met. We have so many collaborations now that I'm very proud of it. The people in the neighborhoods are speaking up, they're telling their stories. The narrative has changed. And this is what the people, the media has come into our neighborhoods and started talking to the people, started talking to the residents, so that that stories could get out. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here, even though I'm kind of messing it up in my mind, because my mind is saying one thing and my mouth is saying another. I don't really know what's going on with me, but I'm still here. I'm still gonna fight. And my mother once told me that I had the underdog complex. At that time, I did not understand it. But then I felt like she told me, whoever's down, you always want to lift them up. You kind of like Mickey Mouse. Here I come to save the day. I'm only one person, but I have a group of, I said group, but it's actually an extended family. We are a family. And we all must step up and step out and speak our own truth. Because if we don't, who will? The narrative has changed. Everyone needs to get involved, because if we don't, we're not going to have a place. Now, you see the billionaires are trying to go up to Mars and stuff. Well, they're planning on going up there and leaving us down here in this mess that they have made. None of us in this room are millionaires or anything. We're all grassroots people that want to change, that want to get involved. The narrative must change, and the only way the narrative can change is through us. We have did a lot of capacity building. We understand now what environmental justice is. We understand the intersectionality between racial, social, economic, and health injustices, because all of this plays a part in the climate. And if we don't change some of the things that are happening, we're going to destroy ourselves. With the refineries, the wastewater, with the refineries, concrete batches, the ports, the explosions and everything, the black smoke that billows from these refineries, we lose 25 years in Black and brown communities of age because of what we inhale, because of what our children inhale. They have health impacts on the young. Asthma is more prevalent now. We have a concrete batch. We have a creosote problem right down the street. And creosote is killing us. You know, as a kid, you played on the railroad tracks. No one knew what creosote was at that time. This black tarry substance that has been killing us for years, and no one knows. The cancers that they didn't even have names for. All of this is part of it. The cars that we drive, the diesel, it is killing us. We must do something. In 1966, President Johnson knew about climate change because the scientists came to him. But in putting profit over people, they have destroyed the naturalness of our world. And if we don't do something about it, if we don't band together, if we don't step up and step out and say something, we're all going. What I'm really interested in is the fact that the young people are stepping up. That will give my old tired bones a little rest. I imagine a world free, a world that's not plagued by smog. Even Colorado now is plagued by a bunch of pollution in the air. We are inhaling stuff that's killing us on a daily basis. And we must do something about it. And the killing part about it is that they knew about this years ago. No one said anything. No one did anything. And now it's at critical mass. We have a lot of polycrisis on all fronts. And this now has turned into a world effort. They are now in Egypt, the leaders of this world, trying to do something about the climate. Dr. Bullard, TSU, the environment, the We Act, the Gulf Coast. The Gulf Coast is slowly being destroyed. And if we don't do something about it now, if we don't get our stories out, and if people don't get involved, I hate to really think about what we're going to suffer. Are we going to burn this world up because this is the way it's, do you have a jet where you can, a shuttle where you can go to another planet? It's time for us to try to save this one. And we can only do this if we all get involved. I had the opportunity to go to Egypt, but I came here because I felt like this is where I needed to be, where I need to talk. Because I wanted everyone to know that if we don't do something now, the babies, our children, our children's children, we have destroyed this world. Because we knew our cars. I'm waiting for an electric car. I tried to ride one of these new bikes that they have on the corners. I fell. I was surprised because as a kid, I rode a bicycle everywhere. But now these new bikes, I guess I have to teach it myself all over again. My little great-grandkids started laughing at me. Gigi, you can't ride a bike? Gigi can't ride one of these bikes. So, I just want everyone to be able to tell their own story. Because everyone has a story to tell. Because everyone has been impacted by what is going on in this world today. I guess that's about all I have to say. We need institutional accountability from the people that feel like they are from our governments and our municipalities. We need that transparency. We need to be told the truth about what's really happening, how they are stepping up to fight this. And we still have naysayers that just do not believe that it's going to happen. But they have the money, and they feel like that they have the right. No one has the right to come into your neighborhood and open up something like a concrete batch next to your house, next to your church, next to your children's school. No one has the right to do that. And the zoning laws in Houston or Texas are just ridiculous because it leaves us with no protection. TCEQ is a joke because that's the Texas Environmental Justice, and they're not doing anything. It's all about the money. And when it becomes all about the money, it does not include the people. So everybody needs to step up, step out, and start fighting. I guess that's about all I want to say now. All right.
Hi, I'm Candace DeMuzza. Can we just give another round of applause for Dr. Doris Brown? Thank you so much. I just have to say I was very moved by what you shared because I think a lot of time, I'll speak for myself, it's easy to look at these issues and to kind of look at them like victimless crimes, right? Victimless issues, and you just like, oh, there's the climate's getting hotter. But when you actually get to meet people who are affected, it becomes much more serious. It really, you start to see yourself within that. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes that to move us to action. So thank you for giving us something that is data, but also real. So we're gonna move into our first panel. And our first panel, we have, it's a perfect segue from what we just talked about with Dr. Doris Brown. And we're moving into grassroots for the greater good. So we're gonna talk to some local activists and talk to them about how they're galvanizing their communities, what actions that they're taking, and hopefully glean some things that we can use for our personal lives and for our personal practices. And I'm gonna introduce our moderator. And Doris, I think you can join us here. And Jason, once you're mic'd, you'll be here. And Doris will join us on the panel as well for this conversation. And I'll introduce our moderator, Jason Oliver, and he'll introduce the rest of our panelists. So Jason Oliver is the founder and principal of Selden Resources, which brings together people and institutions to facilitate collaborative policymaking and catalyze community-led change. As an organizer with the Imagine Noir Equity Group, he works alongside artists, academics, technologists, and educators, building abolitionist learning spaces through which we might imagine and create more equitable communities where Black people can thrive. An avid supporter of the arts, Jason works with Black Lunch Table and Art Plus Feminism to fill gaps in contemporary art history through Wikipedia edit-a-thons. Jason is a Detroit native and an alumnus of Yale University. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Candace. All right, we're getting everyone mic'd up, but welcome. Thank you all for joining us. As Candace said, I'm Jason Oliver. It's wonderful to be here with you all this morning. So we have three panelists that are going to be talking about how their work connects to climate advocacy. We're thinking about climate equity, and also how that connects to the media in ways that storytelling factors into their work. I have actually been at many city council meetings with these and county commissioner meetings here in the Houston area with these panelists. So it's actually great to be here and be able to speak with them today. So I'll let each one of them introduce themselves and talk about first your name, pronouns, organization, and then if you can tell us a little bit about what is your vision for the future that you're fighting for, right? So name, pronouns, organization, what are you actually fighting for? Let's start with Uyosa.
Can everyone hear me really well? Good. Hey y'all, I'm Uyosa. I'm 24. I'm a couple things, but I grew up here in Houston, in Southwest Houston. I stayed here my entire life. Most folks call me an organizer because that's what I do a lot, but what I get paid to do, or what I used to get paid to do, it's a long story, is development and operations of Shift Press, youth media organization, really Houston's first youth media organization that helps young people move power through story sharing and education. So that looks like our newsroom, where young people range from 14 all the way to 24 write about power as they see it here in Houston. And on the other end, also educational programming that is for young people and adults in high schools and outside of high schools and nonprofit organizations. So that's what takes up a lot more time for me. But that's a little bit about myself. I think I can talk for a little longer than
and talk about what are you actually fighting for? So
yeah, so we're really here. We see our work as infrastructure. A lot of people don't really talk about media as what it is. It's thinking about what Ulf Hanners said. Imani Perry is the only reason I know about Ulf Hanners, but he said that media is a machinery of meaning, right? Right. Through this infrastructure, we get to understand the world around us and consequently ourselves, right? And we're really here hyper-focused on young people's agency to story share, right? Because truth of the matter is the media ecosystem and the information ecosystem, I can speak for locally, and I feel very comfortable speaking locally, is adultist, right? It is extremely antagonistic to youth, whether they're organizing or they're just chilling, right? And we can talk about the various ways that they are. So we are really interested in making sure that every young person has agency to story share. And that a lot of that agency is dependent on creating the infrastructure that we're building.
Thank you, Yosa. Doris, you can share your name, pronouns, organization, and then tell us about the future that you're fighting for anyone who may have missed your amazing keynote.
My name is Doris Brown. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a co-director at West Street Recovery of organizing, research, and special events. I am also the co-founder of the Northeast Action Collective. We are both grassroots groups, nonprofits, and we fight for justice. We have disaster recovery. We started out as disaster recovery. Now we're fighting for justice across the board for ourselves and our communities. We have historically fought at the different municipalities like the state and the county, and we went to the federal government trying to get change and policy changes. Across the board, we just want justice, environmental justice. We want not to be discriminated. We want our neighborhoods to have different infrastructure because the infrastructure in our neighborhoods is just antiquated and it does not drain. We just want to stop flooding. We want people to recognize that we are an entity, we're here, and we're just not going to go away because we want justice not only for us, but for everyone. So I guess that's it for me.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Brown. No relation to Doris Brown,
Yeah.
although I do feel like we are kindred spirits. First, let me just, by my math, you said that you started working at 12 and you're 72 now. So by my math, that's 60 years of advocacy, hard work in the fields, doing what's needed for the community. I want to say thank you. Let's give her another round of applause, please. That is just amazing. And thank you for all your hard work. And thank you, Candace, for putting this together and allowing me to share as well. Appreciate it. My name is Stephen Brown. I am from Southwest Houston as well.
Oh, what's up?
Southwest Houston's represented. We could have carpooled maybe. save on gas.
Yeah.
I actually wear two different hats. So by day, my job is to allocate resources to organizations throughout the country that are working primarily in the realm of fighting gas exports, which is a huge problem in the Gulf Coast area in particular, considering that these export facilities are typically located near environmental justice communities and just layer on the cumulative impacts of pollution and emissions in those communities. Not to mention the methane gas that's released from these facilities are significant. And if we don't do something about it, we will never reach or hit any of the 2030 or 2050 goals that are being set by national, international leaders like the folks who are meeting at, in Egypt today. So that's part of it. And then the other part of what I do at night is that I'm standing up the state's first nonprofit Clean Energy Fund, which will invest in clean energy projects in low to moderate income communities, focused on single-family homes, getting them retrofitted for energy efficiency and renewables, apartments, nonprofits, helping to accelerate the pace through which the clean energy economy impacts everybody, right? Typically when we go through these transitions, right? We've gone through transitions before. We act like, the clean energy transition is something that cannot be done. It's such a huge feat, but we've done it before. Hell, we did it when we transitioned to fossil fuels, right? I mean, we went from biomass to fossil fuels. We were burning wood before we were burning fossils. And so it's been done before, it will be done again. Here's the difference, is that when it was done before, it created families like Rockefeller and Carnegie and all these names that we know today because they've created billions and billions and billions upon generational wealth because they were at the forefront of those transitions, right? The question is, who's going to be at the forefront of this transition? And how do we ensure that impacted communities get to the front of the line?
Right.
And that is going to be dictated by capital access and capital deployment. And so I guess in both of the hats that I wear, the through line is resource allocation. How do we ensure that community-based organizations who have been fighting the fight receive the resources that they need so they're not doing it as volunteers? Typically, when folks like Ms. Brown is working, going to the council meetings and going to agency meetings and in the community building awareness, quite frankly, the resources that she's given isn't equal to the resources that a Sierra Club or NRDC or some of these other big organizations get. We just, in the philanthropic community, we just instinctively give them, money upon money because of some historical practice. It becomes commonplace. You keep giving them money. And so part of my work is making sure that we flip that we begin to approach from a philanthropic level, a bottom-up strategic, tactics where we're funding the grassroots at equal or more as we are the folks who are in DC and New York. Because for them to parachute into the communities, do a couple of press briefings, do a couple of town hall meetings or what have you, and then leave the work on the ground for folks to do the day-to-day stuff isn't working. And you said something that was profound in your speech. You said, we have to get mad and do something different, right? At some point, we have to all get mad and do something different, right? And the status quo clearly is not working. And so it is my hope and what I'm working towards is to flip that paradigm such that, the folks who have hurt the longest and who have hurt the most severe are the folks who are provided the resources that they need to change that reality and not the other way around. And so those are the things that I'm working towards. And I hope that, we'll know pretty soon if I'm successful or not in doing all this stuff. I got about a 12-month, 18-month window that if this stuff doesn't get done in that time, then, we're in pretty bad shape. And I say that because, we have an administration that's in place now who at least I know hears climate as a goal, as a priority. I don't know what will happen in 2024. Right. So I don't want to take that risk. But also, we're at this critical juncture in how investments are made and how the speed and acceleration of this transition is taking place, that if we can stop investments being made into gas export facilities, into fossil fuel facilities in the Gulf Coast and other parts of the country and the world, if we can stop that now and use those investments into renewables, into energy efficiency, into decarbonizing transportation, into decarbonizing industry, then we can actually see the progress that we need to have made be made in order to hit that 2030 timeframe that I know a lot of folks have their sights on. So I'll stop there, and thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, and you gave us you gave us kind of a really good primer for something that I'm thinking about, which is one, how we're getting more people involved and connected in this work. And then two, there's a question of, because this affects all of us, right? Especially when we think about where we get our energy from, right? That affects literally every part of how we move through the world.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, how are you creating a sense of urgency with your friends and neighbors? And then separately, how are you creating a sense of urgency with those people who are elected to represent you and act on your behalf? So let's start with Ms. Brown.
With me?
No, with Ms. Brown, with
Okay.
Ms. Doris. Yeah.
The other Brown.
I'll say Ms. Doris. Let's go with that.
We're going to the, like I said, we go to City Hall, we go to the county. We're raising Cain about it. We are telling them, we have did a lot of research in our neighborhoods. And we have the data now to go to them and show them what they are not doing in our neighborhoods to make us more resilient, to help us out, to just give us the energy that we need.
And I want
Give
you
us
to describe, because I've been at some of those city
I
council
know.
meetings. I want you to describe, like, what are you showing to them, right?
We're
What are you showing people to show, like, this is bad and we need action now, not in 5 years, not in 2030, right? We
Right.
need action now. What are you showing them?
We're showing them data, research data that we have went through the neighborhoods and collected. We're showing them what they have not been doing, what they were supposed to be doing, how they're taking our tax money and spending it other places when they should have put it back into the neighborhoods. They have historically did this, and it has disenfranchised us and disinvested our neighborhoods and our communities, where to the point to where we're being flooded out with I'd already said this, with heavy rains. And they have not put the work in that would help us to be able to drain our neighborhoods. We started this fight behind drainage because we found out that we started protesting because they would not come out and clean our drains. We started cleaning our own drains. We would have cleanup days where we would go to different parts of our communities and clean our own drains. We go to City Hall. We did protests at City Hall. We tried to get Mayor Turner on with us. We took a symbolic 5 foot something invoice to City Hall, showing what we had cleaned the drains, how much we was charging for this and that and the other. We did this as protest. We have been out on the steps of City Hall raising Cain, doing interviews. We've had reporters, and now we have yellow shirts that we wear with Northeast Action Collective. So when we show up at City Hall and we show up at Commissioner's Court, they know that we are coming to raise Cain. We know that we know what they are not doing. So we're coming to try to get them and give them a sense of urgency of what we need in our neighborhoods. We just fed up with the way things were happening and the way that we were being disinvested. So we just show up, and when we show up, they know that we're coming for trouble. We tried to do an amendment where we could get more money. They keep saying that they do not have money to do our neighborhoods. We go to the county because the county, with this equity bond that passed, we found out in 2020 that no work was being done in our neighborhoods because the money was short. They were counting on the federal money coming down. Well, then the $4.5 billion that we voted for, you should have addressed the worst first. And we are the worst first because, no one has been investing in our neighborhoods. And this got us angry, and this is.
Yeah, that's what yep, I've definitely seen it coming there. the Northeast Action Collective coming with their signs, showing pictures of the ditches, saying like, the debris and things that have been in there for years, right?
Right.
Since storms, years past, showing this used to be the city's responsibility, and then you all just decided to ignore it, right? Uyosa?
Yeah, I appreciate the question because I think about the fact that what we need in order to get active is to know that something's happening, right? Like even if you see it happening, but you don't know the reasons why, it doesn't encourage you to do anything about it, right? Unless it's like immediate crisis, and that's probably the worst time, right? At that point. So, you know, one of the things that illuminates me in my work is that we're really trying to be in spaces when crisis isn't as present, because the truth of the matter is, you know, young people are, if they ever get in kind of media that's outside of social media, thinking about newspapers, I will name names, right? Think about our public media, Houston Public Media, think about Houston Chronicle. It's because there's some sort of sensational crisis that's happening that, you know, encourages a reporter to probably, you know, write towards a Pulitzer. You know, it's the truth of the matter, right? We saw that during Harvey as well, right? A lot of that writing didn't illuminate the fact that there were preventative measures that weren't put in place. Instead, it started focusing on this Houston Strong narrative, right? And anyways, I'm digressing. Point is when we come in, we're more so thinking about, the truth is, when a young person writes a story, it's not just them writing a piece and it goes out. It's actually them interrogating the world around them, right? And that interrogation, the skills that they get throughout that, also change the type of relationships they have with other people in their life, right? And what we've seen, truth of the matter is, across, you know, I don't think that you know, the environmental movement, if we want to engage that as a body of people doing work towards justice, right, environmental justice, would be what it was if young people weren't the people doing a lot of that work, right? Really pushing and really, you know, taking the risks that are necessary. So when we come in, we're like, okay, let's build the infrastructure that makes sure that if you write a piece, you get paid, right? Because a lot of young people are not, who are doing this work, don't have other ways to sustain their life other than, you know, other type of retail jobs that they're engaging at the same time as they're organizing. So let's make sure you get paid. So that's part of my work, is trying to fundraise and try to, you know, explain the importance of our work. But the other ways is making a space that allows young people to go beyond the crisis, right? Think towards the future and also engage what they're seeing presently, like what the flooding and the poor drainage that you're seeing. Also talk about the ways that, other young people across the city that you do engage with on social media, whether they live in River Oaks or other cities, how they, you know, live their daily lives. Can we juxtapose this and think about that as not thinking about a mythical future, but thinking about actual, like, better presents that are around you all over the place, but you for some reason don't have access to. So saying a lot of things, but it's really trying to create the editorial and the programmatic space to be less crisis induced, because when we're engaging with, for example, the Houston Youth Climate Strike, who all of y'all should be following on social media, you know, they are already about the urgency. They're already pushing and saying we need to get something done. And we say, okay, let's meet you and let's get that piece out. And also let's think about how different people in your own movement have different realities when they go home, right? Some of the poor, low-income, Black and brown kids who are in the space have a very different daily, right? Are impacted very differently because of the climate crisis than some of the other wealthier kids who live in the suburbs, right? Like, how do we engage that and really change the ways that we're having our interpersonal relationships? You know, like, most people see us as a journalism organization where journalism is much bigger if you really do it yourself, right? It's a very intimate process. And I think that it's really important as far as like changing our civic discourse overall. So I went all over the place, but hopefully that.
No, thank you. You brought us. There was a great kind of point there around creating better presence, right? And I want to give Stephen a chance to kind of speak to this question of how are you creating a sense of urgency, and especially you as one of the people that is primarily focused on policy, right? Creating this sense of urgency with many of our elected officials in particular.
Yeah, I'll actually take that question from both of the hats that I wear, right? And so in terms of the philanthropic hat that I wear from 9 to 5, that right now actually pays the bills, which makes Mrs. Brown happy. It's a question of how do we give a sense of urgency to the philanthropic organizations that are funding environmental work to prioritize the worst first, as you put it, right? And I heard you say that before,
Yes.
in a different setting, and it's something that has stuck because that really is the goal. Is not so much a question of making sure there's money available to fund organizations that are doing work, because like I said, that's happening, and that has been happening over the last, it's accelerated over the last 5 years or so. Right. And we're happy for that. But the question is, what percentage of that money is going to the worst first, right? And so for me, it is kind of as those gatekeepers are discussing where the money is actually going in the field, that a bigger chunk of it goes to organizations that are fighting at City Hall, that are organizing in communities, that are raising awareness in communities, that are telling stories, right? The power of storytelling is really the greatest asset that we have in this movement, and quite frankly, all movements that change the world in a better way. It's the power of storytelling, right? And so the question for us is then, how do we resource organizations that are capturing stories, that are able to disseminate stories on different platforms and in different settings in a way that drives policy changes, right? Because there's something to be said about the fact that you take somebody who can come from the community and tell the story of that community is a more compelling persuasion tool than a chart with graphs and data points, right? You can argue and debate graph and data points. You can argue and debate projections and performance. You can't debate someone's experience, someone's lived experience, right? And so there's no tool in the public agenda setting world more powerful than storytelling. So on the one hand, the question is, how do we ensure that the billions in philanthropic dollars that are being spent in justice, environmental justice, energy justice, is actually going to the communities who have the stories because they're living this reality on a day-to-day basis. That's the first thing. On the second thing is, with my Clean Energy Fund of Texas hat, Congress passed IRA in August, and the president signed it in August. About $300 billion in that bill itself, right? There was another infrastructure bill that had some more funding for environmental causes. But in the IRA, because it's just been passed, we're in the process now of deploying that $300 billion. And
when we say IRA, we mean the Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation
right?
Reduction Act,
Yeah,
exactly.
Just to make sure.
Yes. And so within it, there's a $300 billion, and that's being deployed now through different agencies: DOE, EPA, DOT in some cases, HUD.
So that's energy.
I'm sorry. Wow.
transportation,
Yeah, that's a whole alphabet soup there.
Right.
I apologize for that. So energy, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development. All these agencies are responsible now for creating impact as a result of that $300 billion that was passed. Part of that $300 billion is going to go to EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, through what's going to be called this formation of a national climate bank that will be used to provide affordable, long-term, patient capital to build an infrastructure for green improvements everywhere, right? And what's exciting about that is that we know that if we were to put solar on rooftops, or if we were to, retrofit homes with energy efficiency and resiliency measures, that reduces the amount of money that it would take that family to pay their energy bills on a month-to-month basis. I say that because in Texas, there are 4 million families in Texas alone, 4 million families that suffer from a disproportionate energy burden. Right. And what that means is that 6 to say 20% of their income goes to just paying their energy bills. Imagine that. 6 to 20% of their income goes to just paying their energy bills. And with the summers that we have, and winter storms that we're experiencing, that puts a significant strain on the poorest Texans. In contrast, the average family is only paying 2 to 3% of their income on power, right? So on average, most families are only doing 2 to 3%. Poor families are doing close to 10 to 20%, right? And so by retrofitting their homes with these improvements, you begin to reduce the impact of these energy burdens. What you also do is you create cash flow. So instead of paying $300 a month or $400 a month on power, and they're now paying, say, $200, $100, you've created a $200 delta that they can now use for clothing, for food, for transportation, for savings, right? I mean, in that itself is a wealth creation opportunity in communities. And we don't, it's important that we look at how capital can be used to create wealth. And so it's the urgency, to go back to your point, of making sure that as EPA is developing the guidelines for this National Climate Bank, which is going to be funded with about $27 billion with a B, that funding goes to these communities in such a way that we can begin to not only reduce their energy burdens, eliminate energy poverty in the state, reduce energy insecurities, which means that when the power goes out, our homes go out first, right, and probably stay off the longest, right? That's the energy insecurity. So reducing that, but also leveraging that capital in a way that actually creates wealth in communities, that creates jobs in communities. And so you have this ripple effect. And so that's the urgency of now, or as King would say, or King did say, the fierce urgency of now. And that is a message that, I take on a day-to-day basis, whether it's in the philanthropic world or in the policy world, that we have to make sure that the way that capital is being deployed in a way to not only provide an equality of resources, but that equity, so that you're meeting the needs first, and then you're adding on to that, right? And I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to make sure that so I know we have people here with us in person, and then we also have people that are watching us virtually. So if you have questions that you'd want to pose to the panel, start kind of formulating those either online or here in person, and we'll make sure to be able to answer some of those questions. Everybody with me? How y'all doing? Okay, good. All right, so this can be kind of really depressing. It's cold in Houston today, so it is not the most cheerful day. I'm not somebody who goes outside in 50-degree weather and gets excited. Like, that doesn't start my day off in a great way. But I want to think about, like, what are the wins, right? Like, how do you know when to celebrate? And then what wins should we be celebrating, right? So I'm thinking, like, very, try and keep it recent. How do we know when to celebrate? And then what wins should we be celebrating? Anybody want to start us off? Because some of these, and I'll just to give a little bit more context, right? Some of these, when you're looking at the environment, when you're looking at environmental justice, we'll be told that some things are wins that aren't really wins, right? We'll be kind of set up and say, oh, you know, we're gonna put you, as we're thinking about Ms. Doris, we're gonna put you into the climate action plan, and we're gonna put you into this bond. We're gonna write your neighborhood into this bond, and then the money never comes. That's not a win. So how do we know when to celebrate, right? And then what wins should we be celebrating? I need a little bit of cheer for this very, very cold Houston day.
I think we've had some wins and we've had some losses. I think our win was when we filed this Title VI against the state of Texas GLO, and it was upheld twice by the federal HUD and the Fair Housing Act. This was a win because Texas tried to deny that they had discriminated against the Black and brown communities by not giving in mitigation funds, but the federal government upheld our Title VI twice, and Abbott, they even gave Abbott, Governor Abbott, they even gave Governor Abbott an opportunity to come to the table, to meet us at the table. They denied that they had discriminated against us, but so we're still in this fight. And the fact that it was upheld twice was a win for us. We protested at the city level. We have protested at the city council, at county, and we went back and forth because we were there. But we have the city of Houston has now started to clean the drains. We have open ditch drainage. They've started to widen it out. So that's a win for us because it took us a moment. We started this in 2018, and now that this is coming to pass. The Harris County Flood District, the ones that put the equity in the bond, we went there dozens of times. And when the shortfall came in our watersheds, when I addressed the Halls and Greens Bayou, they took money from the transit, where the tollway. Well, we were just gonna have the tollways there for a little while with the tolls and stuff. Okay, well, it's still going, and they took funds from that to start doing something about the watersheds that were overflooding our neighborhoods. So we've had some wins there, and now we are able to call a press conference that have, when we go to protest against something, we're able to call a press conference and do it on grounds of where we are protesting at. We've also been invited to several states to present our community-based participatory research. We've been to Washington twice. We've been Austin. We've been to Milwaukee, and we'll have something coming out soon with the national NBC behind the fights that we're doing down here. So, yeah. So those we take as wins.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is increased access, right? Creating ways for more people to come into this work. I'm also hearing some legal wins in there. And then, the ditches that are getting cleaned that reduce the flooding that's happening. That is huge and vital in a city like Houston in particular. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I had to think long and hard about the second part of your question. The first part was easy. Every single time there's a piece published, it's a win. I go in the Slack channel, I'm like, new piece. It was like, oh yes, and people are excited to read and whatnot. Every piece is a process. And
follow Shift Press on
yes,
social media.
Yes.
Uyosa sends me the articles, so I make sure to see them. So I appreciate that.
Yes. And for every piece that you see, there are about 5 that haven't been completed or a kid put down or is going to pick up a year from now, you know, right? So there's a lot that's going on in the background that seeing, you know, I'm normally on the development and operations side, but sometimes I get to peek in and see the process, the editing process. And it's just a wonderful, chaotic, but also exciting kind of position I get to be in, to see a young person kind of like really try to figure something out. And then I guess for my own personal work, it's whenever I get the money that's necessary to pay the kid and pay everybody else, because that's a hard thing. It takes roughly about $300 to get a piece up, right? The cost that it takes to pay the young person, the photos that are necessary, and then the staff, right? So that is always an uphill climb to make happen. How we know that we should be celebrating? So I come from a really long, probably about 10 years or so. I started organizing when I was around 15, so in high school. So I've seen a lot of just BS that people kind of say are wins. But I will say generally, I get really excited when I see an increase in the ability for us to come together, figure it out, and then make decisions based off of that. And those decisions get to stick, whether or not an elected official, you know, has somebody in the background. Because I think we just came from, you know, we literally just came from an interesting election time, right? Where everyone, and I get a lot of heat whenever I talk like this, but a lot of people are like, democracy is on the line, like save our democracy. I always ask people, well, what do you mean by democracy, right? Because if you're talking about like vote, that's one thing, that's cool, we can discuss that later. But also the fact that when, you know, Doris and folks go to City Hall and Mayor Turner pretty much has the unilateral decision to decide whether or not something is put on the agenda, and all the other city council members are just kind of there groveling at his feet. What are we talking about when we're saying democracy, right? So I think that I'm really excited, and I just want to plug, you know, we need to change that charter, right? To increase all the other city council members' ability to help us self-determine in our communities. So my point is, I'm really careful on, I think those infrastructural changes are ones that we should really be celebrating, because those are more long lasting and those have more effects to generations that are not even here and present, rather than the small things that help us. You know, I work in an industry that's full of a lot of shallowness, right? Like get someone on the front of a poster and then that's a win. And I don't think that's, and I think that needs to be challenged a lot within the space. So I know that wasn't extremely exciting and happy, but
no, hey, as somebody who started my career working primarily in education, I think it's really, we talk a lot about youth voice, right? And then we'll put like a kid on a board or something, but they don't have any voting power, or like we'll put together a youth advisory, blah blah blah, but you know, it doesn't stick in terms of policy. So when you see an organization that says, here we are creating direct avenues for young people to share what they want, right? And actually to create the systems that will keep those types of recommendations acting and shifting the way that the power is distributed. You hear the same thing coming from Doris as she talks about going to these meetings, right? Shifting what is actually being done in our communities so that it's helping people, right? Helping the people that we say we are trying to serve. Stephen, did you have something that you wanted to share in terms of how we know that it's a win and what you want to celebrate?
Yeah, and I'll try to be quick. I do believe that the Inflation Reduction Act was a huge win, right? You're looking at a 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. That is no small feat. And that was an incredible job by our Congress and our administration in order to make that happen. But I think that to your question, how we measure that is the true success and impact of it is through one, implementation, right? So the key is making sure that what's in it is implemented with the intent that the legislators defined it for as, right? So we want to make sure that the legislative intent continues through the implementation process and looking for opportunities to fund the implementation of that piece of legislation appropriately. And then the second piece of it is going to be trade-offs, right? So in all of life, there are trade-offs. In all of business, there are trade-offs. And in all of government, there are trade-offs. And by government, I mean legislative part of government, the legislating part of government. There are trade-offs, whether that's the city council or in Congress or state legislatures. You know, we have to make sure that the trade-offs that are being made aren't being made at the sacrifice of our communities. And far too often, there are wins, but then there are trade-offs that follow those wins that impact us first, and sometimes even exclusively us, right? And so
sacrifice zones, right? We heard about sacrifice zones earlier.
Right. So, you know, as we go through these winter months, and we're going to have a lame duck session, and I don't know, you know, what's going to happen in a couple of weeks in terms of the Senate and the House. But what I do want us all to be very mindful of and cognizant of is the fact that, you know, we had IRA passed in August. And then a few weeks later, there was an announcement about this other bill that was going to speed up permitting for fossil fuels.
Yeah.
As a tandem to IRA.
It's crazy.
Right? And so you have a win, and then you have these trade-offs later on. And so we don't know if IRA is a win or the extent to which it's a win until we know whether or not we can beat these trade-offs. Because those trade-offs are working counter to the possible impacts and benefit of the Inflation Reduction Act.
I do want to name something that, you know, that word sacrifice is really interesting, because I think one of the things that hint at a moment of celebration is whenever billionaires are in pain, really. Because the truth of the matter is that the proliferation of billionaires in our society is really narrowly because of more sacrifice that's taking place. And I think that, you know, when we talk about self-determination and the ability for us to decide where our money goes and how it's used and how our resources are used, it's dependent on, you know, less folks having unilateral decision-making power over us. And a lot of those folks are billionaires. If you see what's going on with Twitter, you know, and he stopped Twitter Blue because he was real scared about people using Elon Musk using his identity. That was exciting to me, particularly because Twitter has been the most important space for Black and brown people to organize themselves and get their voices heard, because traditional media would not engage. So I got really excited about it. I was like, let's celebrate this. He had to thwart several billion-dollar plan because a couple of us made memes. That's pretty impressive. So I think that I do want to encourage, I just wanted to point that out because I heard the word sacrifice.
And so we'll move into Q&A, and let's see. So I'll take the first question. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Bilal Motley. I'm here from Philadelphia. I didn't wear my Philly gear. I don't want to.
The Eagles doing well though. The Eagles, yeah, y'all doing good.
With the Houston quarterback.
Yeah.
So I'm a documentary filmmaker and former oil worker that for years making my great money, I turned a blind eye to what was going on in South Philly. So in 2019, we had a giant explosion that could have been America's Chernobyl. And I had enough. Like the way in the refinery they were talking about people in the community, that's my family we're talking about. That's my sister, my mother, and so I spoke up. So what y'all are doing you know, is important. Every article you write, every meeting you attend, everything, funds you allocate is important. You know, I received death threats. I thought we were a family, thousands of us in the refinery. They don't speak to me anymore, but that was worth it. So my 2 kids can know where I stood, because I started to learn more about climate change. So I don't care about that money today. I mean, it was great money, but what's more important to the people in the community, if they don't want the refinery to reopen, which was in the balance in 2019, then it shouldn't reopen. You wouldn't put it in Lower Marion, which is a rich suburb where Kobe's from. You wouldn't put it there, but you wouldn't put it here. So what you're doing is important. Thank you. I'm just here to say there are wins. So whatever you're doing, every article, every meeting, being on the inside, they don't like any outside agitation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't like the racist coded language that I heard. And that's what I turned on them.
Interesting.
And yeah.
So what I'm hearing, so we've got Bilal from the audience, and for anyone who may not have, who's watching virtually, who may not have been able to catch all that, we're talking about how in South Philly, the agitation that's happening around environmental justice, how that's a win, and how just getting more people involved and pushing back against the harmful language, the development of these kinds of sacrifice zones, right? And these trade-offs that end up disproportionately and oftentimes exclusively harming Black and Brown communities are directly need to be directly challenged. I'm going to take one question here, and then I'll go there. And so, Ms. Brown, someone asked, has your group created an environmental scorecard for local public officials, letting the public know who is doing right and who is doing wrong by your community? Have you all created any kind of like scorecard or any tracking things yet?
Yeah, I guess you would call it that, because we know who we can count on the city council. We know who, we know the municipalities and what that we can count on now. We know which council person, and we know which county person we can count on. And I met Michael Regan when he came to Texas, when he came to Houston.
That's the EPA, Environmental Protection
the new
Agency.
director of the EPA. Yep. And he came into our neighborhoods. He came and saw what, he put boots on the ground. This was historic in that someone from the federal government had come and put boots on the ground and talked to us. Dr. Bullard and I were able to, and Reverend James Caldwell, we were able to take him through the neighborhood so he could see for himself what was, what really was impacting us. And he went back to Washington, and the man did what he said he was going to do. I love that about him. I also, last week, 2 weeks ago, our Vice President Al Gore came to the Climate Reality. I was there, and I got a chance to speak to him. And I told him about the Title VI because I wanted him to nudge Marcia Fudge so it wouldn't be a symbolic gesture about the discrimination. Every time I'm in a space where I could feel like that I could talk to someone, relay our message, and get some feedback that's going to be good and relevant to what we need, I speak up.
So what I'm hearing is
I want them
you
to
have
know.
an idea of where some of these politicians are standing, not a specific scorecard that the public has just yet, but definitely those conversations are happening about who can be expected to support these types of initiatives. We have time for 2 quick questions. We'll go to you. Go ahead, and then you.
Your story is so personal to me. I grew up in Northeast Houston. I didn't know you were going to be here. I just recently started hearing a little bit about what's going on. So the reason why it's personal to me, I'm sitting back and I'm listening. My mom passed away from leukemia. And the type of leukemia that she had, they kept asking us, is there any way she was close to refinery? What was her environmental exposure So when she was sick, we didn't even know half of that stuff that was going on. And so here lately, I've been putting two and two together because she had AML leukemia, which is normally found in younger people, like babies. And they thought it was so different that they thought maybe there would be some type of environmental effects on her. So, like I said, we didn't know what was going on. We lived off of homestead over there, and then we even moved more northeast, where we were near Normandy and I-10. And over there were a lot of refineries, but we weren't thinking about it. And as I'm developing this filmmaking world that I'm in, I'm starting to see things a little bit differently. And I just kind of wanted to let you know that as you were speaking of that, there was a lot that was going through my head because I can see everything that you're talking about. Because as a child growing up in those neighborhoods, I started to think about some people that were my age and their parents were sick and their parents died. So I just wanted to make that comment because I can identify with that.
So for the people who are watching virtually, we had Arlene, who's a local filmmaker based here in Houston, that's speaking about her experiences in Northeast Houston, especially with cancer. Some of you may know that we are in Fifth Ward right now. Fifth Ward is perhaps known one thing for having a cancer cluster that is still a significant issue in Houston. So you'll hear people talking about Sandra Edwards is one person who is talking about how you'll see so many people on her street that have died of cancer, right? And it shouldn't be the case that we find out these things when when my grandmother gets sick, all of a sudden we're told, oh yeah, everybody, right? Like everybody's been dealing with that, or everybody's been at risk from contamination. These shouldn't be things that we learn about after some of the most severe impacts have taken place. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sean Harris. I'm a local filmmaker and film competition director. My comment is more so on like the individual level, and I'm not giving up, but I'm tired. I'm tired of watching plastic and tired of bringing plastic into my home. And I kind of feel like, sometimes people think California is extreme in banning plastic bags and some of their government policies. But when I have a storage basket full of plastic bags that I'm trying to figure out where to recycle and where to take them, even though they have a recycle emblem on them, but so a lot of locations don't accept them, or I order a package and I have styrofoam that's not recyclable. Different things like that where I'm really having to plot out where to take certain items, aerosol cans, plastic bags, plastic that doesn't fit between 1 through 5 and 7.
Yeah.
And so I mean I've been committed to recycling and doing what I can do for a long time now. But like I said, I'm kind of getting tired of having to do some things when I feel like it can be mandated at a higher level that certain things just don't happen to begin with. And my second point is solar. I understand, this community and where it is. I've worked in some of those downtown buildings for the dominant industry here. But dealing with solar companies is another, I've spoken to several of those, and they don't follow through on getting you what you've asked for and whatnot. So that's an ongoing process. And then a couple of months ago, I read an article where it months plus to connect solar panels to the grid. So you're spending thousands of dollars to get these panels, and you can't use them or have the benefit of them for half a year, you know, if that. And I don't know if that is because, you know, big industry.
So what I'm
and you know, keeping that. So if you could speak to the individual intent.
So what I'm hearing, so Sean, who's a local filmmaker, is talking about frustrations both with recycling and how difficult it is to kind of navigate the whole infrastructure that we have, or minimal infrastructure that we have around recycling, and then also the implementation of solar. And I want to broaden that to, if we can, as we're wrapping up, how do you, because this can be really frustrating, right? We have some wins, but we also have a lot of ways that we're moving in the wrong direction. So if you can briefly, because we need to be wrapping up, kind of share about what do you tell people, right, that are dealing with these frustrations? Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay. So real quickly, I think that I understand, you know, your frustration as an individual. You know, from the level that I get to see kind of what's happening from state to state on policies, you know, California is kind of a first mover as it relates to climate policies, right? So California can test, is willing to test out what works and what may not work so well, whereas Texas is a laggard in terms of policy innovations, right? And so I think what we can learn is we can learn from those examples. We can learn to see what those first movers are doing and how well it's worked, and tailor something, and then hold our folks accountable to tailor something that makes sense here, right? Whether it's the plastics or whether it's with interconnection with solar. And the solar issue is partially, supply chain dynamics at place, but there's also interconnection opportunities within the city government that it could help to streamline the process as well. And so, you know, to answer that question, I think that it's identifying those policies that have worked in other areas that have helped to address these issues, and then insist that our elected officials understand that these problems exist and what has worked in other places and how to get those policies implemented here. I think that's the best way to do it. And then lastly, real quickly,
We can just
Okay, yep.
yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Doris. You want to talk about, what do you tell people that are frustrated with what's happening around climate justice?
At the present, we are getting ready to install. We're working with an energy company to install on 10 houses solar panels and batteries. We've got this through a grant, and we're trying to fight and get the policy changed. We, you know, like, we need new laws in place. Not only laws, we need to be able to change the old dynamics of what was going on that's not working and has not worked. So we're advocating for change through policy. We're going to different meetings. We're fighting for weatherization. We're fighting for, like she was talking about, the recycle. Okay, we have recycle here in Houston. That's, you know, they halfway open sometimes, and sometimes they're not. But we're trying to get the laws changed, because those laws and those statutes that they're using are outdated.
So what I'm hearing from you is turn to the policy, turn to the infrastructure, right? How to create the infrastructure that people need. Uyosa, what do you tell people that are frustrated in this moment?
Well, specifically, I think you already know it's not your fault. So let's name that. For some reason, I started thinking about, I know a couple of years ago, specifically the city of Houston was in trouble because of their waste management kind of contract or something else going on with that. policy is an interesting thing, because when we're talking about policy, we're talking about regulation in a sense, right? And what are we trying to regulate? We're trying to control the influence that fossil fuel companies necessarily have over our daily lives in many different ways, whether that be merchandise, whether that be automotive, all the other things. So then I pose the question of, we have so much research, we have so much evidence of what needs to be done, but we don't have the regulation, aka the policy, taking place. And I think I'm torn, because one, the general conversation is vote. Okay, you can do that, cool. But I think on the other end is, there are plenty of we live in a blue city-ish, right? There are plenty of Democrats who take a lot of money from fossil fuel companies locally. And I think part of what we need to do is just make them really uncomfortable, or just don't give them as much legitimacy as we do. I always encourage, whenever I'm talking to some of the youth organizers and they're saying, oh, at this event that we're having, we're gonna have X so-and-so person speak. I said, why would you do that? And they're saying, oh, because then we get to, also get more, proximity to talking about our issues. I was like, well, adults don't need to do that. Like, they just kind of walk up and they say the thing and then they leave and they go vote. Okay, you can't vote, then probably one, don't give them legitimacy, because they're not looking for your vote, and they also are not looking for any very small pocket change that you have. Then you should probably just make them very uncomfortable at every other place that they go. Ask them all the, we saw Diane, there's that video of Diane Feinstein, right? And those little 12-year-old, 11-year-old, 9-year-old kids who are asking her in her office, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And she just erupts, is like, you don't know what you're talking about. And make them uncomfortable over and over and over. Because once they get your vote, they get pretty comfortable. Truth of the matter, you know what I'm saying? There's really not much infrastructure in place to encourage communities to continue organizing past elections. And that's a bigger philanthropic conversation we have to talk about. But yeah, just make them really uncomfortable. Don't give them legitimacy, right? Ask them the random question, because I promise if we all ask them that same question every day for like 7 days and it's just random people, they get real frustrated. Like, I promise, imagine if you were asked the same question every day by different random strangers on the street for 30 days straight. You get real tired, right? So I think that's one thing I really want to encourage. I know that's a lot, because we're all trying to like live our daily lives, but I really want you to know it's not your fault, like fundamentally though, right? So
what I'm hearing there is pick better targets, right?
Right.
Pick your appropriate targets, pick better targets, and push. So I want to thank everyone for in our audience. I also want to thank our panelists for all the insights that they provided today. I know we have another couple wonderful panels that'll be going on, and then I'll pass it over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jason and panelists. That was amazing. My name is Ebony Johnson. I serve as the engagement manager for Black Public Media. We are going to take a quick 10-minute bio break and come back to convene for our second panel. But thank you again.
Okay.
All right, everyone. If I could have you return to your seats. We will get started with our next panel. Excuse me, everyone. Can I get everybody to come back to their seats so we can begin panel number 2? We are on. We're going. But we are so grateful that you are here. Once again, my name is Ebony Johnson. I am with Black Public Media. And it is an honor to share space with you all here at Black Media Story Summit Climate Justice, those in person and virtually. And we are on to panel number 2, which is called The Balancing Act, Using Facts and Creativity for Climate Justice Media. So this panel, we are exploring the conversation of how media can be used to help highlight and impact our climate justice fight and the ways that we can effectively do that through an empirical lens of science and data, but also through character-driven narratives. And I am here to introduce our moderator, Aaron Ambroso. And we're living in a hybrid world, so this will be a completely virtual panel. I did, for everybody in person, put scraps of paper on your table, so those are for Q&A. So if you have a question, write it down on the scrap of paper and then just raise it up in the air, and I'll come grab it for you and transfer it digitally. We're gonna make this work. So Aaron Ambroso is a museum professional, educator, writer, activist, and artist. He received his master's in art history from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He has worked at the National Museum of Art, the North Carolina Museum of Art, and the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston. He is also the co-founder of the Houston Climate Justice Museum and Cultural Center. He has presented at the Texas Association of Museums, the Southeast College Art Conference, and Texas Historical Commission, and his writing has appeared in ArtNet magazine. So hello to Aaron online.
I'm not sure. Okay. I hope that you all can hear me now. We just popped up on the screen. So thank you so much for that introduction, Ebony. I'm really excited to be here today to talk with some really creative folks who are working in the science communication arena. So I thought that I thought that Ebony would be introducing you all, but that's okay. What we're going to do is just run with it, and thought maybe we can go around and introduce ourselves, talk a little bit about the work that you do, the science communication that you do, and maybe give us some examples of a couple of concrete project or two as well. So maybe we can, whoever wants to start, Ralph, you're at the top left of my screen, so why don't you go ahead and start us off? I think you're on mute, Ralph.
Hey, I was gonna be the first one to do that. That's crazy. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Ebony, and thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Black Public Media, for graciously providing the opportunity for us to be here today and to share this space with you all, even though it's virtual. But this is such an important conversation, and I'm so happy to be here with this panel to really have this discussion around climate justice and around sort of the science communication work that we do. My name is Ralph Bouquet. I'm the Director of Education and Outreach for NOVA, the PBS Science Documentary Series. And in my role, I oversee the production of educational resources from NOVA's broadcast and digital content. So really thinking about how we extend the impact of our production into classrooms across the country. But also I oversee a lot of our outreach efforts as well. So really thinking about how do we provide opportunities for NOVA films and for NOVA content to spark conversations around these wide range of science issues, whether we're talking about the climate, whether we're talking about health and the pandemic, whether we're talking about sort of new things that we're learning in space. It really is my job is really focused in sort of creating opportunities for us to really have a long-term impact with our resources in classrooms and also in informal education spaces as well. When it comes to thinking about climate justice, one of the projects that I've been really excited to be involved with is tentatively called our Climate Across America project, which is being funded by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And really, this is part of a larger project called Science and Society that NOVA has been embarking on for the past 2 years. And the goal with that project is to really think about how do we tell stories about these issues that are at the intersection of science and social justice, and really sort of making sure that we are telling stories about science that are not devoid of an understanding of the social and political realities that impact us and that are impacting the ways in which we engage. So in year one, we talked about cannabis. We had a film called The Cannabis Question. And in year two, sort of it's tentatively called Climate Across America, the name of this project. We're really focusing and telling stories about how communities are coming to terms with the climate impacts and the ways in which they are demonstrating resiliency and their ability to adapt to the changes that we're seeing, how they are working to mitigate those impacts. And so we're doing that it's a multi-platform project where there's going to be a film released in April 2023. And one of the projects that I'm working on is really focused on how we are engaging the youth to tell these stories as well. And so I oversee a project called the Nova Science Studio, which is all about sort of creating opportunities for young people to tell their stories, to tell very hyper-local stories about the impacts of climate change in their communities and the ways in which their communities are sort of finding ways to adapt or to mitigate those impacts they're seeing. And so that is sort of one example of the ways in which we are focusing on not only sort of, just sort of these mainstream narratives, but also really sort of empowering youth to tell their own stories, to be sort of front and center in telling these important narratives about the ways in which these climate impacts are being felt. And, so much youth enthusiasm, so much youth activism around this topic. So we are really sort of excited about the opportunity to tap into that energy.
Stephanie, maybe you can go next.
Hey all, so I'm Stephanie. I have my PhD in science communication, so I come from just a little bit outside of I'm coming from like the academic perspective that I can bring to this conversation in terms of studying the science of science communication. But initially I have a background in chemistry and pivoted towards doing a degree in science communication where I studied science media and was looking into storytelling narratives in science media, especially like on YouTube, of how different audiences, especially younger audiences, look at how they're receiving science information, as well as like how do they humanize the scientists that we put in front of the screen, and is there a difference? And also how does representation kind of play into that as well? And so right now I'm the senior producer at STEM Media, and STEM Media is just a network where we're trying to empower those that are considered marginalized in the science, technology, engineering, and math communities. And so we do that through representation or through our content that we curate, or also content that we are partnering with. So for example, right now we are producing a show on PBS Terra, which is on PBS Digital Studios YouTube channel. And our show is called Why Am I Like This? And it's an evolutionary biology show where we use humor and skits to kind of set up the science that we kind of talk about, but we also are not afraid or shy of talking deeply of like the mechanisms and the science that kind of has into this. And so although we're not necessarily working on a climate direct type of approach right now, or like story at the moment, I think when we look at YouTube as one of the platforms that we do science communication on, or that we produce our media in, we look at the audiences that are kind of attracted to this, and usually it's always skewed towards older college-educated men. And so what we try to tackle, at least with STEM media, because we focus a lot on, representation in front and behind the camera, and how do we use that and the stories that we tell through our science to kind of broaden our audiences, and also, again, doing the balancing act between how much science do we talk about, how much do we use for humor, and how do we continue to kind of start having these conversations to get people that are not always so science enthusiasts to kind of want to learn more about science and be a little bit more open-minded to that.
Thank you, Stephanie. All right, Katie.
Great. I just learned that Stephanie is working in comedy, so we will maybe touch base another time. Hi, everyone, and thank you also to Black Public Media for inviting me. I'm a big fan of Black Public Media. We're part of a larger ecology of organizations that work in documentary. But I believe I was invited here to actually represent some other ideas. So my name is Katie Borum. I am a professor at American University in the School of Communication, and I'm also the executive director of an organization called the Center for Media and Social Impact, based at AU, which is an innovation lab and research center really devoted to the role of entertainment, storytelling, and narratives to really help push forward towards a planet and a country that has more, that is equitable and just. So very much focused on the role of media, specifically entertainment media, and social justice. And so I'll just share a little bit about myself, but then talk about the organizational work. So I'm what we would call in the academic world an engaged scholar, which means I don't just study the things that I talk about. I work deeply with communities of practice that actually do this work. So I work a lot with producers and creatives and philanthropists and media executives and so forth on this work. Specifically, what I want to represent in this panel today, although I work deeply in documentary as well, is the role of comedy in social change. So I've written 2 books about comedy and social change, and one is co-authored the first one, I should say, with Lauren Feldman. And it's very much about the science and research behind how it is that audiences are so profoundly impacted by comedy when it comes to, exposure to comedy and social justice, civic, social, and public health issues. The second book, which comes out in February, is called The Revolution Will Be Hilarious, Comedy for Social Change and Civic Power. It's even more science, but it's a very deep ethnographic examination of what it means to actually bring comedians and human rights organizations together to co-create comedy based on the evidence of why comedy is meaningful as a form of persuasion, a media agenda setter, and a variety of things that we think about in media studies, which is my discipline. So specifically, there's a lot. I know Erin has a lot of good questions, so I won't put all of my answers here, but I'll just represent that both of those books do have chapters about climate justice and comedy, so quite a lot of information in those. And also at the Center for Media and Social Impact, I oversee a large brand that we launched called Good Laugh, which is devoted to actually co-creating comedy for social justice on a range of different social topics that include climate justice, of course, because it is the issue that brings them all together. And one of those projects is called the Comedy Climate Cohort that we co-direct with an organization called Gen 180, which is doing environmental justice and clean energy work. And another project that we worked on that maybe will show up in some of my answers, but I mention it here because it's one of our favorites. We co-created and co-produced a project with Hip Hop Caucus, a climate justice and racial justice organization. And the project is called Ain't Your Mama's Heat Wave. And basically we brought together climate justice and climate science experts together with a group of Black comedians, specifically talking to young Black and Brown audiences through the lens of comedy about why comedy was so important, in terms of policy, in terms of voting patterns, in terms of basic community engagement. So I have a lot to say about comedy. I'm sure many of my answers will circle back to that, but I'm very pleased to be here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Katie, for giving us a sense of the kind of work that you do. Having seen videos and production from all of you all, I can say that it's really, really exciting stuff. I think maybe we can get right into the title of this panel, which is about this balancing act. And you all touched on it a little bit in your introductions, but could you talk a little bit about this balancing act between, let's say, presenting the science, presenting the facts, and the creative narrative that tries to make something engaging or tries to encourage people to make a change? Do you feel like you have to wrestle with the balancing act between science and creativity? Is that something that you deal with? And this is a question for everyone.
I guess since no one's going first, I'll go ahead.
We're all being very polite, I think.
I know, exactly. Okay, so from my background in studying science communication, especially within like the academic scientist kind of field, a lot of us tend to just believe that just presenting more facts, more information, or if people were just more educated, then people would just get it. And so in science communication, we call that the deficit model. And so that deficit model, we're really trying to push away from. And I think that's why media is so important in terms of how we are presenting information in different ways. And it's not only just like presenting, again, like stats and numbers and just like straight up facts that are going to change people's behavior. But another thing that we have to balance is that, people aren't always going to change their behavior after just one video. So how do we think about the stuff that we do long term, or, in a series of information that we're trying to present? And so I think, again, the balancing always comes to whatever project that you're doing, in the sense of it's always going to come down to who is your audience and what are you trying your audience to leave away with, whether that behavior could just be just a change in attitude or a call to action. We're always having to think about these things very together, because the way that you frame your science and the way that you're wanting to present the information, the science information, is going to be determined by, who exactly you're trying to target, and how does that audience receive science information on the day-to-day, and how are you going to frame your messaging or the storytelling that you're doing to make sure that they kind of align. And so one last little thing that I'll do before, so I'm not going deep into the academic rabbit hole, is that there's at least some science communication papers that have come out recently that talk about the fact that different types of audiences, there's different styles of learning or understanding. So there's some people that can think about things abstractly in big picture, and there's other people that need closure and need just concrete kind of, or information to be presented concretely. And so how, there's also a question, sorry, I was reading a question at the same time, I got distracted. And so I think that's also things that we have to also, put into the back of our mind. And so if people can't think can't think abstractly, then how do we talk about climate? And when we're not, how do we talk about climate in a more closure kind of way, even though it's kind of impossible, knowing that it's always ever changing. The scientific information is always ever changing as well. And really thinking deeply in terms of how to balance that. And so there's no concrete strategy, because again, everyone's messaging and mission is different. But I think knowing that key detail of who exactly you're trying to target and how they receive information and what you're wanting them to come out also just helps kind of narrow down your strategy and make your messaging more focused.
Ralph, do you want me to jump in, or are you ready?
You can go ahead, Katie.
Okay, I'll be quick. I love everything that Stephanie said, and I totally agree with that. I want to add here a kind of provocation. I think that when we think about wicked social problems, of which climate justice is the one, again, that unites all of them, right? It is a public health crisis. It is a racial justice crisis. It is a food crisis, all of these things. I think when it comes to wicked social problems, part of the reason that I started studying comedy and working with comedy and creating programs in comedy is because I got so frustrated at how seemingly afraid we are to embrace wild creativity. What are we waiting for? It's really bad. So when we think about the ways that we connect as cultures, as people, the ways that we connect with people and communities we may never meet ourselves, we connect through popular culture. We connect through storytelling. This is how we actually do it. If you ask any 17-year-old today or 20-year-old, like, you know, I have teenagers, I'm a mother of teens, and I'm a teacher of graduate students and college students. And I start every class by asking them, like, what do you connect on? And it's always popular culture. And yet when it comes to doing the hard work of engaging, real public engagement around climate justice and other social issues, we still say things like we as a sector, and I mean sort of like civil society writ large, like, ooh, we're a little scared, but I don't know, we might be offensive. We have tried everything. So I wanted to drop in this massive provocation. It's not just about comedy, but certainly about real creative culture. If we don't actively embrace and center creative culture and creative storytelling in everything that we're doing, we are falling prey to what Stephanie rightly said is the deficit model of like, well, if people just know enough. That's not how humans work. We work through emotion. We work through connection with other people. We work through humanity and solidarity and empathy and amusement. So that is really key. And I'll just add one other really geeky point when it comes to the climate movement. You know, I know they're real subject matter experts here, so I won't suddenly become that one, but I've worked in climate and other, you know, creative culture on a range of projects for years. I'll just add that it's really important that we don't think that what we do at one point in time topically for climate justice is the same as what we can do in 5 years and 10 years and what we did 10 years ago. So if we look very closely at the public opinion data around climate change, and I know probably everyone in this room does that because we're all concerned about this, we kind of won the idea of convincing the country that climate change is happening. We could say that, look at climate science deniers. That is a fringe group, y'all. That is used to polarize us, that is used as ideological warfare. It's ridiculous. It's not what we need to be focused on anymore. So if you look at the public opinion data out of Yale and Pew and others that really have been chronicling this for years, they would show a steady change in the belief. Something like 97% Americans across the way we vote believe that climate change is happening and it is least partially or majority caused by human behavior. So we don't need to communicate anymore on that level. Where we have a problem is when it comes to what we would call in sort of science and academic terms and public health terms of efficacy. When people don't feel hope and optimism and efficacy, what happens? We check out. So we kind of won the idea over many years of the doom and gloom communication that we probably had to do to convince people this is real, this is serious, this is scary, this is affecting all of us, affects some communities much more than others. So that is a piece of it. But now we're in the totally different challenge of engaging people to believe that when they've been taught to believe that it is hopeless, now we're asking people to come back in and say, well, like, not entirely. We really need you to believe that hope is possible and that you can be part of it. And we have to take that and how creative media does that very seriously. So I will stop here and pass it to Ralph.
No, thank you. And I think, I mean, Stephanie and Katie made some just really great points, particularly about I think at Nova, we've been thinking a lot about what it means for us to take a solutions-oriented approach to storytelling about climate change. And I think that is just, again, I think part of, I think the new vanguard of what science communication, science media needs to be able to do, which is to really sort of center these stories around, here are the communities that are being impacted, and here's what they're doing, or here's what isn't happening or what should be being done based off of sort of the best science that we have at our disposal about solutions that can be put into place in these communities. And I think that is an important part of the conversation. I think often about how like so much of climate change media, years ago was really focused on sort of these, like Katie mentioned, these doom and gloom stories, but we're also often focused they weren't really often human centered, so you can talk about glaciers, you could show that picture of like, a sad, polar bear that's, famished, on that ice block. And I think, while it was important, I think for those images to be seen and people to know that, I think it also, did, I think, a bit of damage of sort of displacing it from being like a human problem that we were actively facing and experiencing right now. And I think the best way in which we've been able to do that, and ways in which I've seen that's been done effectively, is by, again, taking an approach that allows us to tell stories about the fact that there are disparate impacts that are happening in communities, that that even within cities you can see sort of disproportionate impacts with regards to things like heat, like within like the inner city, where you have like where the neighborhoods are just like a couple of degrees warmer than they are in the suburbs. And like, so I think there's a way, and there's a significant importance for us to be very hyper local in telling these stories, and particularly in doing something that I think for a long time hasn't been the case in science communication. I think now there's over the past like I think decade or so, there's been this growing movement around inclusive science communication, and how important it is for us to to not talk about science in a way that's, again, that's disparate from the social and cultural and political realities that exist around us. Science is not this sort of neutral edifice, that isn't at all impacted by what things that are happening in our society. It is deeply impacted by society. Who participates in science is deeply impacted by sort of, the ways in which society treats and provides, agency and power to people. So it's just very, very important for us to take approaches that are willing, that are leading with the facts and telling people the truth about like, this is what we are seeing in these neighborhoods. This is what we are seeing. I think so earlier in this summit, hearing just these stories about these things happening in Houston, and I was reading actually a little while ago about like the EPA sort of sacrifice zones, right, where there are these communities, even in Houston, where the rates of cancer incidences are more than double the national average, due to the fact that nobody is really pushing back against the ways in which these pushing back against the toxic air that's being allowed in these communities. And so it's just, I think we have to be much more forward about being willing to tell these stories, being willing to talk about these disparate impacts and these disproportionate impacts, so that people, I think, feel a sense of urgency, but also, I think it's important for us to root these stories and what are people doing on the ground to fight back, to make sure that they are mitigating these impacts, to show their own resilience. And I think that's why it's so important for us to have these spaces to talk about this and to share these stories.
Yeah. You guys touched on so many really interesting issues right there that have so many different connections that I wanted to unpack and unravel. And maybe one way to do that is to talk a little bit about social difference. Obviously, climate justice is a term that is about taking into account climate change and environmental change along with social inequality at the same time. That's really the challenge. For so long we've either thought about environmental issues as totally separate, right? The polar bear as you mentioned, Ralph, the polar bear on the iceberg, right? From social problems, from social inequality. And combining them, keeping them together is a really challenging thing to do, and especially in artistic work. It's very hard to find artistic work that's trying to keep both of those things together. But I wanted to ask you all about how you're approaching dealing with forms of social difference, racial difference, gender, age, ability, whatever it might be. How you're dealing with that in your work, how you're approaching that in the work that you do.
I mean, I can hop in real quickly. I mean, I think, it starts, I think, with simply just telling the truth. And I think that's I mean, it seems like a, a pretty, common sense thing, but I think, you cannot tell stories about, what's happened in Flint, Michigan, what's happened in Jackson, Mississippi, without, I think, being honest and being very clear about, the racial politics that have impacted these communities. Like these stories don't happen and don't persist, and these conditions aren't allowed to persist, in wealthy white neighborhoods. Like that's just that's we know this, and so I think it is important for us to be willing to acknowledge when we see these differences happening. I think it's important also for us to acknowledge when there are solutions and things that communities have been doing to address these situations. One of the stories that we are really excited about investigating in one of our upcoming projects about climate, is even around like the history and the science behind prescribed burns that many sort of indigenous American communities, particularly out in the West, have done in order to control sort of the forest fire season. And now we have a situation where the forest fire season has now expanded. Now it's happening all year long. But part of the reason why is that the folks who were sort of the stewards of this land, knew techniques and used exercise and had sort of a pattern and a rigorous way to deal with this and to ameliorate this problem. And now, we're seeing a resurgence and an interest where like these communities are now being provided the agency to do this, and it's helping and it's making a difference. And so I think, it's important for us to not only sort of, talk about social justice in the context of disproportionate impact, but also, in the context of, what can we learn from these communities and what knowledge is there that we need to use in order to address some of these problems, because ultimately it's going to take obviously a collaborative human effort to tackle this massive problem. And unfortunately many of the communities who are on the front lines are not the ones that are as responsible for the climate sort of situation that we're in right now, and it's important to recognize that as well.
Stephanie, do you want to go?
So I was like trying to nudge for you to go.
Oh, I'm happy to do it. I just wanted to let you go.
I'll go last.
Okay, got it. No problem. I'll contribute something. I was listening very carefully to the question and Ralph's response. I think I'll offer something very specific from our work in case it helps the many strategists that are probably in the room in Austin and virtually, or hopefully maybe will inspire some thinking. So we, thinking about different audiences and impacted communities, when it comes to climate justice storytelling, I believe probably the thesis of this entire convening is the absolute fact that we have not heard from the communities that are most impacted directly by climate change. Just as a fact, right? So when we see out of, even sort of the big Hollywood portrayals of climate change and climate justice, we're still seeing a very white, big city lens on that, right? And so that, there's a lot of reasons why nature has been shown a lot. Obviously, we understand that. But it's a very white gaze. And we know that communities of color, not only in the United States, but disproportionately around the world, are much more directly impacted, socioeconomic groups, et cetera. This is not a mystery to anyone. So one of the programs that we run is called Comedy Think Tanks. And we're really inspired by the idea that part of what, also just speaking of comedy specifically, comedy and Black and Brown communities, we haven't heard from Black and Brown comedians very much in a comedic sense about climate change for all of these same reasons that we're talking about, right? White supremacy systems, et cetera. So we run this program called Comedy Think Tanks, where we bring together comedians who represent the communities that are impacted by whatever social justice topic we're talking about. And we bring them together for this amazing workshop that feels like part TV writer's room and part really nerdy college class. We bring them together with subject matter experts, scientists, communities on the ground who are dealing with resilience issues and et cetera. And we bring them together so that they can actually truly co-create comedic public engagement strategy together. Like they're making real comedy. And I am a white lady who runs this program, and I'll say here that I facilitate how that works, and then we get out of the way. This is something that we run out of the Center for Media and Social Impact, also with a woman named Bethany Hall, who's a comedian who sort of architected this creative approach. But the reason I feel like that's maybe useful here is it's amazing to hear what kind of hilarious comedy that comes from real facts, that comes from communities who feel very frustrated at not being heard, but are really doing the work. Back to Ralph's answer. It's not like you arrive in a community and they're like, oh, what's happening? They've been dealing with resilience issues for decades, right? So when that gets to be communicated through comedy, through the outrage and absurdity of injustice, but also the play and hope and optimism that comedy can create, like really funny jokes come out of that, completely through a lens that has been completely ignored in big entertainment storytelling. So it's been really our great privilege to help facilitate that work and then get out of the way of it and watch it happen. But I think the bottom line of where I want to come back to with Aaron's question is we could never imagine doing this work without curating groups of comedians and subject matter experts who are absolutely the people already doing the work, already doing the creative work, already doing the science, already doing the community resilience work on the ground. Every time I'll just end this by saying this is how we facilitated this project called Ain't Your Mama's Heat Wave, which is all Black comedians talking about climate justice, which was facilitated in exactly the right way. And there's a comedian named Mamadou Njai. He's famous-ish, so y'all should look him up. He's great. So Mamadou we did a stand-up comedy show that we co-produced with Hip Hop Caucus and filmed it in Norfolk, Virginia, which is already subject to incredible flooding, already the story of gentrification and poverty and racial injustice, structural racial injustice, since its creation. And so it's very much located in that place for a reason. But Mamadou tells this joke about how like the whiteness of sort of climate change communication has started to feel. And he's like, well, let me tell you what it's like inside one of these white climate justice rooms. Like, here's what they care about: straws. And he does like a visual. So I feel bad that I'm doing Mamadou's joke. You all can look it up. Straws, polar bears. And then he gets all the way down to the list and he says like, oh, Black people on the bottom. And it was really funny to a majority Black audience because it was sort of cathartic and resilience building and like outrageously funny while also having truth to it, right? So anyway, that went into a rambly place, but I can't say enough good things about co-creation with artists who may be predisposed to do this work and bringing them together with subject matter experts and letting real artistic process take over instead of what I call like conference room creativity, which is you invite creative people in and you say like, oh my God, can you fit in these 10 points of intervention? Like already it's not very interesting, right? So like let artists be artistic and reinvent something out of the science. It's always a magical and courageous way to think about building new public engagement. Over to Stephanie.
Yeah, I think again, so I don't directly talk about like climate stuff, but like listening to both Ralph and Katie are one of the things that's been interesting, especially like in the YouTube space, especially when we talk about science media, like those that are making or generating like millions of views are also just like middle-aged white men that are like presenting these science stories. And so for us, like and why am I like this? We have a black host, but essentially we're presenting her as a genetic anthropologist who just so happens to be a black woman. And so I think the most interesting thing or shocking thing that's been a challenge for us to kind of create stories in this space is because like we'll be getting comments, even though they're like very far and few, of just like, what is this woke content? Just because we're presenting a person of color on screen when they're so used to seeing like the Mr. Beasts and the Veritasiums and the Mark Rovers of the YouTube space that like are popular or whatever. And so that's kind of been like a challenge, because it's like, how do we? So I'm curious in terms of like with the work that Ralph and Katie are doing is like, you know, Katie mentioned that like the comedians are presented to other Black audiences. And so like Ralph, I'm also curious into like the environmental work that you're doing. And like, again, like when you're talking about inclusive science communication, is it already to people that are already open-minded to like inclusivity and wanting to have these stories and seeing their own stories presented on the screen? Whereas a little bit different for me, where we're trying to infiltrate an audience that's like very white-centered, college-educated men who are like, you know, always, again, like if we see a Black person on screen, they're just thinking it's a woke agenda. And so it's kind of a challenge that we've been trying to face and look into. But I think through representation and they're just through the fact that like, no, like you don't have to don't look at like, just look at the science and just listen to the science. And we provide sources within the descriptions and be transparent in the sense of like where our sources are coming from, that we're able to kind of start skewing the trustworthiness into communities that we're trying to kind of like make a space for ourselves in. So I don't know if that answers anything, but that's just something that just kind of brought upon in terms of like what challenges we're facing when we're trying to, you know, again, be inclusive, be like harping on the fact about representation, but then we're doing it in spaces where like they're still closed-minded to that, or they're labeling us as woke when it's like, that's, you know, we're just trying to talk about science through a different lens. Yeah, Aaron, not sure if I answered your question. I'm so sorry, but thanks.
No, I think it's great. There are so many ways to think about these issues, and so many ways that everyone's work here is approaching them. So it's not about just one approach or one way of thinking about it. But I feel like Stephanie was asking Ralph a question in terms of maybe that question, Stephanie, I'm translating here, is who is your audience, or who are you creating for? Is that generally what you were asking, Stephanie?
Yeah, essentially it's just like, okay, if we're trying to create like impactful stories about climate science, or so, and then interwoven with like social justice, like even seeing some of the comments where people are just like, yes, like talk about Indigenous stories and like land back movement and stuff like that. But sometimes the stories that we want to see through representation is for, you know, ourselves, because we're not seeing ourselves on the screen. But when we're trying to, for example, when, I don't know if Aaron, you mentioned, I forgot who mentioned before, but sometimes like Ralph, you mentioned this in terms of like sometimes like science becomes political because it's like for people that are doing this, and that's how it kind of like changes that. So I'm curious if we're trying to really change minds with the work that we're trying to do, and it's for those that are like considered anti-science or just reject sometimes the scientific consensus. I think that's the trick in terms of like, okay, when we're trying to talk to people who are very much more closed-minded to the science that we talk about, then like how, like, you know, how do we create stories in that aspect? I don't know. Sorry, this is just like a random.
Yeah. No. That's a great question, Stephanie. And I think, I think it requires, for us, Nova is a publicly broadcast, we've been on air now for nearly 50 years. And we reach a very wide audience. And I think one of, the assets that we have, being, on PBS is that, there is an audience that is politically diverse that really engages, with our content. And I think what, that requires is it requires definitely a lot of thoughtfulness as to, how do you make sure that you can sort of tap into everybody. A couple of years ago, we did a film called Decoding the Weather Machine. That was basically it was a film about sort of climate change, looking at sort of the overlap of all the different sort of climate systems and the ways in which they all, collectively sort of impact, what we experience as weather, right? And so, and I think, it's a climate change film. We didn't use climate change in the title. We use weather in the title, right? Because weather is, I think, is an entry point that everybody can relate to. There are trends that folks can see and can experience, and as a result, I do think, and we were, I think, very intentional. Nova was, and I want to give a shout out to I think Caitlin, who's in the audience, Caitlin Sachs, who is was one of the producers of that film. But what was really important about that is that we chose specific guests and people to talk. We had like a meteorologist who does, who's also part of like a big church, evangelical church, and he's also a meteorologist. And he was like, I use my platform to talk to my folks at church about climate change because as meteorologists, I cannot deny, what we are seeing. And there are a couple scenes that use military scientists, to talk about, the very real impacts that they were seeing on naval bases and like the ways in which they have to be thoughtful and prepared about this because it is happening. And so, trying to be sort of conscientious about, are there opportunities and ways to use voices that will have, credibility to some of these audiences that may, not normally, or not, who just may not normally sort of be open to that conversation, and to make it very, very real to them, as well as, to all the other audiences as well. And so finding a way to sort of combine all these stories, thinking and being just very aware of sort of, how can we use, this particular voice, this particular story, in order to reach those audiences. And I think, Katie's point earlier about how like, climate change is, we think about it as sort of this, these big city sort of voices talking about it. And it's like, those farmers in the Midwest, they seeing things happen, they are having to face, the reality of, soil erosion, the reality of drought, the reality of floods. And so I think it is important to make sure that, that there are opportunities to highlight these stories and to show just, how multifaceted of a problem this is, and how this is, a problem that is not, unique to just any one community. Obviously, we have to also acknowledge communities that are being disproportionately impacted as well. And I think it's important to do that. But also, it's important to be really thoughtful about sort of how do we find opportunities, say, to make sure that there's something for this community, for that community, to sort of highlight, the ways in which it is impacting them, so that I think you can bring a lot more people into this conversation. And make it a lot more real and tangible for them, in a way that they can't look away from it, because collectively we cannot. And I think that's something that you see like the Gen Z sort of movement and how they are sort of, they realize that they realize the threat, they see it as an existential crisis, and are acting on it. And I think we have to find opportunities that we can with these different audiences and with sort of different voices, to make that conversation sort of present for them.
I would love to keep asking you all questions. I have so many, but I think that we actually have to open this up to Q&A from the audience. And I think that folks at the DeLUXE will be writing down any questions they have on cards that will be given to us. And then folks online will be, you can just type in your question directly into the box there. So if anybody has any questions, I'd love to open this up to the audience.
I'll add something really quick, Erin, while we're waiting for that. I just wanted to add this point, is that when we think about social change and media, I love that, participatory storytelling. That is all our work that I just described, Sherry. But I'll just add something really quickly. I think a lot of times when we think about social change and communication, we rightfully talk about, getting, I don't know, it depends on what language we all use, right? The persuadable middle, getting people in the middle, not on either end of an ideological spectrum or a psychographic spectrum and all of that. So like getting people to change their minds. But it's really important that we never forget about the civic power building that comes when we actually speak directly to audiences that need to build solidarity in their own communities. So, I teach a class called Communication for Social Change, not surprisingly. And we spend a lot of time talking about that. So it's not, I think not all of what we are doing is meant to be, I'm going to reach my mother who will never agree with me on anything. Like I'm giving up on that, right? But building, the subtitle of my next book is Civic Power. And it's really about, not just about persuading people who need to be persuaded, who don't believe, who don't know what to do, whatever. It's about building real cultural and civic power within communities that don't often feel it for many different reasons. And so we could call that preaching to the choir, but I call it building and securing solidarity. And there's no end to the power that can happen when communities actually feel represented in lots of different ways, and can build civic and creative power out of that. So I just want to, maybe for anyone in the room who's thinking of social change as only reaching people who don't agree with you, I think it's not always that. Just to add that. Now there's really good questions coming in.
Yeah, we have some good questions. And so one of the first question that came in was, how do you think about participatory storytelling in your efforts? I know that Ralph and Katie, you were both doing that in a variety of ways. And I think we can all see all of these questions. So feel free to answer one, or if, we can start from the top. I think Sherry's question was first, but however you all would like to do it.
I'll just answer because I see Ebony's question. It's very tiny font, so I'm doing this without my reading glasses, which I might need to do. Where can we find some of the climate work? Our organization is the Center for Media and Social Impact. A lot of it is there, and a lot of it, I know I sound like a really crass commercial for my book, but a lot of the projects that I've talked about are in the book that's coming out, and that's like the only way that you can learn about them. And the book is called The Revolution Will Be Hilarious, Comedy for Social Change and Civic Power. It's from NYU Press. It's available for pre-sale. Sorry, that sounded like an ad. And I'll just address here, they're big stories about the most of the projects that I talked about in that book. Participatory storytelling, I really appreciate that, Sherry. That is absolutely the language that we use to describe the work that we do at the Center for Media and Social Impact. It's the heart of how I teach about this. It's, when we look back and think about the revolutionary media moment that we are in, it's hard for people, I think even, when I teach about this there are now all Gen Z in my classes, right? When I talk about how we move from the analog age to the social media age to the streaming age, and I talk about the changes in power and gatekeeping between those systems, it's almost hard for them to fully contemplate how powerful the potential is in the hands of all of us, regardless of the ills of social media. And there are many, but the idea that entire representational movements have started and gained real progress because of participatory media, because we are able to create things on YouTube and broadcast our dissent and our solidarity on Twitter and other forms of media. And so all of the work that we do absolutely leverages that, those platforms. And again, there's a lot of reform they need when it comes to surveillance and hate speech and all of that, but we cannot deny the incredibly powerful role that social media have played in for many groups who have been not represented in a variety of social issues. So I think participatory storytelling is key. I'll add one other thing here. What we mean by that is taking advantage of the tools and the platforms that allow us to make media and to distribute media. And I'll tell you also from my vantage point as a scholar on this stuff, It has absolutely changed how entertainment, big Hollywood does its work. So the fact that there are entire television programs on TV now that probably would not be on the air were it not for the profound role of social media. Patriot Act with Hassan Minaj, Insecure with Issa Rae, a whole Lily Singh on YouTube, a whole range of young, diverse, incredibly creative, amazing storytellers created their work first in participatory storytelling forms, and then Hollywood took notice, and now the way that the entertainment system works is completely radically changed because of that. So I think the more we do that work, the more that we create audience, we shape audience, we say to gatekeepers in the bigger sense of the industry that lots of audiences have voice that perhaps they weren't hearing before. I'll stop there because I took a lot of space.
Just quickly follow up on Katie. I got to give a quick shout out to another show, Abbott Elementary.
Yes.
I was a former public high school teacher in Philadelphia, and so the way that show has done to really sort of highlight so many of the problems and the challenges and just the real life stories that teachers face and throughout this country is a phenomenal example of how both the media has sort of or social media has democratized to some extent who has access to be able to tell their stories and provide these opportunities, but also I think it's just again a powerful reminder of how you can use comedy to really sort of incisively highlight sort of inequities and challenges that communities are facing. I did want to hop in to answer one of the questions about are any of you considering using virtual reality and immersive storytelling as a way to inform the community? And I don't know. Oh yeah, I can't drop any comments or links, but a good example. We actually did do a project a couple of years ago in partnership with Frontline called Greenland Melting, which was an immersive VR sort of experience all about climate change, where basically people put on headsets and go to Greenland and sort of follow these scientists as they show you sort of exactly how we're quickly seeing these change in the glaciers there. And there's also if you go to the Nova PBS YouTube channel, there's a 360 video version of that experience. But the immersive experience was, I think, on the HTC Vive that we created that for. And so we took that to different conferences and stuff. And it was really incredible, again, to put people in an environment where they could actually, in a narrated experience where they're actually walking through these ships, they're walking onto a glacier and seeing sort of, the impact and change over time. And I think, I think VR and is, I think, I think within reason, I think there are ways in which it does provide some incredible opportunities to use that sort of storytelling to really, face people with these images they normally wouldn't be able to have access to. Oh, shout out to Carlos. You got that link in the chat. Thank you. But yeah, just wanted to share that.
I have we've got maybe 1 minute left here. There's one question here that says, how do we persuade more funders of climate change initiatives that creative storytelling is necessary and needs funding? I think that's an interesting question. We have now the Justice 40 initiative. We have the most recent kind of congressional act around climate change and infrastructure. And so I think a lot of that money is designed for actually doing things, for actually building solar panels, for actually retrofitting homes, but I think that oftentimes folks like ourselves in here who are about telling stories, many of us are also going beyond just storytelling, but for the storytelling aspect of it, I wonder sometimes if it's more difficult to persuade people to do that side of things, or this feeling that, okay, well, we have a lot of changes happening now, but are the people that are doing narrative work and cultural work, how can they still be involved and how can they still get funding? I don't know the answer to that. It's an open question, and honestly, I've been in this space for about 1.5 years or 2 years now, so I'm still relatively new and learning the ropes. But I don't know if anybody has any quick thoughts while we have just a minute or two left.
I think real quickly, I would say with regards to funding, I do think it's important for folks who have these opportunities to have these platforms, tell these stories. I think we also just need to do a better job of tracking our impact of the storytelling that we do. And I say that to say, like, I think Stephanie brought this point up earlier about how, whether or not you're looking for, changes in knowledge, changes in attitude, changes in behavior, I think it will do a lot if we are more proactive about sort of making sure that we can actually, look at the impact of the storytelling that we do on the communities that we are looking to engage and to reach. And I do think like it becomes an easier, I think, sell when you can say sort of like, through this project, we were able to, get this community to, and do this sort of long tail public engagement that allowed these conversations to happen that ultimately sort of increase people's knowledge about this issue. Or had some sort of impact on their attitude or their behaviors. And I think this is something that we think a lot about in public media is sort of how do we track impact? How can we be more astute in measuring sort of, the long tail impact of these projects. And I think that's something I think that can help in being able to, to persuade more folks to get involved and to put and to invest more into these opportunities to tell these stories. But I think I think one way is by, being much more upfront about what it is that we're actually hoping to do and accomplish with these projects, who we're trying to reach. And again, it doesn't always have to be tied to, as I think, whether it's focus groups or whether it's, you know, screenings that we host, to engage the community, like find those opportunities to sort of, to get data from folks, to assess sort of how, whatever you're producing is resonating and landing with them and their communities. And I think that can be an important part of, I think even, you got to storytell sometimes to sell your storytelling project, and I think, being able to do that and talking about impact is one way to I think to get that sort of investment.
I want to add real quick, I know we're out of time, but a key word to look up for potential funding sources is informal science learning, especially when it comes to like the science communication space. And so like we're right now, like we're trying to fund right now for some projects as well. And there's a lot of grants from like the National Science Foundation, the Burroughs Wellcome Fund, Cavalli Foundation, or yeah, kind of look up where like science communication meets media. And that's usually the umbrella where like informal science learning happens. So then that's where you have the funding to, you use your story to convince people to kind of give you the money. You have a plan for the impact and how you're going to measure the impact. And then usually like these types of grants are able to kind of like, because you're tracking that, there's a potential source of funding to help you actually produce your show, or at least, fund the impact that you're going through that. So I'll just add that.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you all so much for sharing your experience and your knowledge today. I hope that folks out there who are doing this kind of work already were inspired. I hope people who are not in this realm find really fun and engaging resources to go learn about, all of these amazing issues that y'all are working on. So thank you guys again. And I think that we will wrap it up with that.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, panel 2. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Stephanie, Katie, and Ralph. We are going to take another quick bio break. How are y'all doing? Y'all okay? All right. Yeah. Thank you, everybody in person, online. We have one more panel, and then we are going to go to lunch. So think about food. It is in the future. But thank you so much again for being here. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right.
Oh, our paper. Oh man. Woo. Oh shit! I might take this.
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
Yep.
Is it Ben? I'm just
You got it. Thank you. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, hello. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. It's also freezing in here.
It is cold, huh?
I'm like very cold.
Yeah.
Turn off the AC. Please. It's the first thing I did in the hotel room. I was like, heat? Yeah, I had to turn my heat on last night. I was like, oh, wow. I've been in denial for a couple of weeks about winter. I'm always in denial for a year. I mean, I was in Edmonton last week, which is Western Canada, and we had half a foot of snow. Yeah. It was below freezing, so. Yeah. I like surviving 6 years in Chicago as I was leaving, I was like, my Southern bones are begging me to go back home because I all throughout winter, every single day I would step out of my house and go, I have never seen this much snow in my life. Like, yeah, snowed on Halloween one year, snowed on my birthday in April. And I was like, it's coming to go. Oh, great.
I like it. Backdrop makes it feel really official. Oh man, somebody would have had to read that. Good.
Hello, hello. So we are getting ready to move into our third and final panel of the day before we go into lunch and then our breakout sessions where I'm sure we will have a lot to discuss with each other. So our next panel is we're going to be talking about creative case studies, and we're going to talk to 3 directors, producers about how they are integrating environmental justice and climate change into their artistic practice. Moderating this discussion, we have local filmmaker Ronald Jones, and I will read you his lovely bio. Ronald Jones is an artist and documentary filmmaker based in Houston, Texas. Within his artwork, Jones explores barriers between creatives and audiences while engaging conversations regarding individuals and their respective communities within normative societal structures. Thank you so much, Ronald, for being here. Let's give a clap.
just going to start off by saying I'm already nervous. Thank you all for having me, and thank you, Black Public Media. Did I say that right? Yes. This is the truth. I would like to start off by saying that I'm going to follow suit with the previous presenters and allow the panelists to introduce themselves, if that's okay with you all. And while that is happening, your trailers for your films that we have access to will be showing on the screen behind you. As was stated, I am a filmmaker here in Houston, but primarily I'm an artist. And that's all I want to say about myself. So I guess we can start with, sorry. Ben, could you start us off, please?
Sure. My name is Ben Johnson. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm a director and producer for Louisiana Public Broadcasting, but I've been a freelance documentary filmmaker for over 11 years now out of Louisiana. I've been in New Orleans since 2007 and came down for school, went to Loyola University, and fell in love with the town and the state. And there's no shortage of interesting stories in Louisiana. It's got one of the most unique histories, I think, in the United States. And I try and find stories that kind of highlight that unique history, both good and bad. So I have worked on 3 different documentaries, finishing the 3rd one now, which is about the Pointe-au-Chien Indian tribe in Lower Terrebonne Parish in Louisiana. And they are living, it's a Native American tribe that's living on the fastest eroding basin in the United States. And so the land is disappearing every day. And I'm trying to kind of highlight their culture, what life is like down in Pointe-au-Chien and what the people are like and how unique and beautiful the people are. Everyone in the town speaks French. It's a dialect of French called Indian French, which is a mixture of Chitimacha words with French. And it's a place unlike any other I've ever been. And it's in danger we're in danger of losing it. So I'm trying to highlight that culture and tell their story.
Thank you. Gaddy, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your motivations and why it is that you're here?
Hi, everybody. My name is Gaddy Conte George. I am a filmmaker based in Toronto, Canada. I'm originally from Sierra Leone, West Africa, but I grew up in Toronto. I make documentaries. I'm a producer, director, editor, and I've been making films for the past 20 years, mostly in the realm of social justice. My first feature documentary was called The Flying Stars. It was about an amputee soccer team in Sierra Leone and their struggles with PTSD. And then my next documentary was a TV hour documentary called Mr. Jane and Finch, which looked at one of the most stigmatized communities in Canada, often considered the most dangerous, but really a community of immigrants and a high population of Black people. And just at a community activist from that neighborhood who was fighting gentrification through running for a city councilor in that community. And that documentary went on to win 2 Canadian Screen Awards, which is equivalent to an Emmy Award for Canada. And that was in 2019. And in 2017, Hurricane Irma directly hit a small island in the Caribbean called Barbuda, which is a sister island of Antigua. You should normally say Antigua and Barbuda, but Barbuda is so small that people really just say Antigua. It's a twin island state. And Barbuda is where my husband is from and his entire family is from. And that hurricane destroyed or damaged about 95% of all structures on the island. The island has a population of just under 2,000 people. And when the hurricane hit, the central government in Antigua forcefully evacuated the entire population of the island to Antigua because Hurricane Maria was on track to also hit the island within a week. And that started a cascade of what many folks call disaster capitalism, displacement of a people. And so I've been documenting the island since. I've been documenting in 360 video as well as traditional 2D video, just the massive changes that have been happening on the island, and the fight that people have against the central government and the developers. Barbuda has a very distinct culture. At the end of enslavement, the Barbudan people were kind of left. They didn't even know that they were emancipated. The island wasn't listed when the British emancipated enslaved Africans in 1834. Nobody told the Barbudans, and for a year they continued in enslavement and pretty much freed themselves when word came to the island, and then also rebelled against being moved off of the island to Antigua in exchange to settle the debt of the British enslavers. And since then, they were left on their own, and they formed their own systems based on their African indigenous knowledge, and started a communal land ownership system, which was been in practice to this day. So none of the land on the island is owned by any individual person. It's collectively owned, and through that system, they've been able to, evade poverty. Everyone has a home for themselves. Every Barbudan is entitled to a piece of land to build a house, to do business, and to do agriculture. And the central government in Antigua has systematically attempted to change this, to privatize the land like it is in Antigua, to sell the land off to private investors and such. And Barbudans have been able to fight against this and uphold their system until the hurricane hit. And in 2018, the central government changed that law, and Barbudans have been fighting ever since to hang on to their land, which has been kept pristinely without major environmental damage, and that now is all under threat. So I'm just documenting that story.
Zita?
Hey y'all, I'm Rashida Cox. I'm the director, producer of Freedom Hill, which is a documentary about the environmental racism washing away the first town chartered by Black people in the country, which is Princeville, North Carolina. It's in Eastern North Carolina. I'm from Eastern North Carolina. So growing up, saw a lot of hurricanes, saw a lot of flooding in my communities. Eastern North Carolina is primarily rural, primarily poor Black folks. Didn't really have the language or the understanding of what was happening and just how man-made our state is when it comes to who floods and who doesn't. And so I was like the poster child for journalism growing up. I was editor of all my papers. I always wanted to be a storyteller, and went to UNC Chapel Hill, got a degree in journalism and broadcast news. So I started out as a TV news reporter. My first year as a reporter, I was sent to cover Hurricane Matthew, which flooded once again Eastern North Carolina, including my hometown, Kinston, and also Princeville. So I was sent to Princeville, North Carolina at 22 to cover the flood damage. And I saw the sign that said first town chartered by Black people in the country. And I was absolutely floored because I didn't know this information at all. We didn't have history lessons. We didn't go on a field trip. To find out just, down the road for me, it was the first town chartered by Black people, and my introduction to it was already underwater. So in that moment, I had something happen within me also. When you go to Princeville, you can kind of just like feel what type of place it is and the rich history there. And I knew that the news story that we were able to do was not going to do their story justice. I eventually transitioned out of TV news. The industry didn't align with my values. As a documentary filmmaker now, I'm like, the industry doesn't align with my values, but I enjoy and came to documentary because it gave me more
more ability to be accountable to the communities I was covering than TV news did. And so as a documentary filmmaker, I went back to North Carolina in 2020. That's when we shot Freedom Hill. We're currently on our festival circuit. Was saying that I just left New Orleans where we showed the film. And yeah, that's me. I have an MFA in documentary film from Northwestern. I'm a freelance producer, currently working on a project called Southmont Drive, which is also based in the South, in Tuskegee, Alabama, about the director Ashley O'Shea's grandfather who raised 17 children in the civil rights era in rural Tuskegee, Alabama. So a lot of my projects, I see them as love letters to the South. I love being from the South. I love the South. I'm very confused why it's cold right now here, y'all. Like, I packed for different weather. But yeah, that's me. I'm really happy to be here and share space with y'all.
Thank you all. Right now, we're going to cue the trailers for each of their respective films.
What do I say to someone who said people shouldn't live here?
Yo, you got it?
Quanashant is one of the oldest communities in the state of Louisiana. Chitimacha, Washa, and Chawasha. So when the first Europeans came to Louisiana, this was inhabited.
Our children, we want to teach them that here, Lower Quanashant is not where we began. We began past that.
Bala Neptula, no more there.
Nothing left.
We are directly impacted by things that other people are deciding without our input.
This was land right here. Oil companies cut that up. And there's a cemetery over there, and they tried to cut through that.
We have been seeking federal recognition since the mid-90s. Federally recognized means that the government recognizes you are an indigenous community and that you have a government-to-government relationship with the United States.
Hurricane Ida made landfall in Louisiana today, battering the southeastern Gulf Coast. It hit exactly the same day as Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago.
This basin, the Terrebonne Basin, is the fastest eroding basin in the United States because people have made man-made decisions about who should be protected. Basically, Quanashant is an afterthought.
It's a ghost town now, man. I don't believe a ghost stay down here now. But that's the hardest when you lose stuff like that. That's Malin, Reese, and Monk.
No, you think y'all's house is fixable?
I'm probably sure.
Who's helping y'all the most right now?
Nobody.
Nobody. No idea. Okay.
Nobody.
Maybe they don't want us here because it'll just be a sportsman's paradise to go fishing, but this is our land.
They did like us, they adjusted.
This land is a reflection of us, our ancestors, because this is who we are.
Why Amoni Rising is a project with 3 components: a TV hour documentary, a 360 VR experience, and a 360 VR app. My name is Gaddy Conte George, and I'm a documentary filmmaker based in Toronto, Canada. Waimoni is the Arawak Indigenous word for Barbuda, a small island in the Eastern Caribbean. At its heart, these experiences are about the land, the people of Barbuda, and the threat to their way of life. Living in Barbuda for a few years and marrying into a Barbudan family has truly given me insight into and an appreciation of a unique way of life that centers around communal living and responsibility for the land. This way of life has been slowly fading. Elders have been passing away at increased rates since Hurricane Irma directly hit the island in 2017. The rebuilding process has divided the community. However, many Barbudans are working to preserve these traditions, and I am passionate about capturing these treasured aspects of Barbudan life. The Waimoni Rising 360 Cinematic VR Documentary Experience. Philman George, my husband, a Canadian of the Barbudan diaspora, also known as Barbuda's first celebrity chef, returns to his ancestral home of Barbuda in 360 cinematic VR to consider his role and responsibility in rebuilding a homeland still recovering from Hurricane Irma. The 20-minute experience transports viewers from a backyard garden in downtown Toronto to the top of Two Foot Bay and into the wreckage of George Jeffrey's once home.
This is
You stand beside Philman as he hears Barbudans share their experiences and identifies how Western culture can integrate ancestral African indigenous knowledge and practices into everyday life. To follow the social, political, and environmental conflict, we have the TV Hour documentary.
All lands in Barbuda are owned in common by the people of Barbuda. But this current administration has repealed that law.
With intimate access, we are working with award-winning Barbudan photographer Muhammad Walbrook to capture various Barbudans on either side of the situation through observational and archival footage. We developed these projects with the support of these partners. And we have the National Film Board of Canada interested in co-production of the 360 documentary experience. We're looking to raise funds to complete all projects. I want to transport viewers to Barbuda to virtually feel the water caress you, the sun kiss your skin, the land ease your spirit, and the warmth of the people fill your soul. And maybe, just maybe, you can feel the magic that I do, and you'll want to take action to protect this beauty that is Barbuda, so the changes that take place over the coming years are done in line with the Barbudan community, and the delicate environment is not damaged as a result.
We played on the basketball courts in Princeville. We ran through the woods in Princeville.
We made a lot of friends over here, longtime friends that I still talk to now.
I was a shy, quiet kid. I kept to myself. Everybody knew everybody. We would walk to 1 or 2 or 3 stores. We knew that we would go to Ernest's store to get the pickles. We would go to Ms. Lolabelle's store to get the penny candy.
I don't want to live here again.
More than 3 million people have been told to evacuate the storm.
Closer to North Carolina than it has been in the past few tracks.
These are people's personal items on the side of the road now, all thanks to Hurricane Matthew.
It's supposed to be a 100-year flood. It happened again 16 years later.
It is a major hurricane, a Category 4, just on the verge of becoming a Category 5.
I learned that politics dictate a lot of what happens in your city.
We've been trying to change hearts for how many years now?
Will God change hearts?
My people can't keep depending on change hearts and words.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a blessing, what a blessing.
Those are all really great. I like to think of what we do as filmmakers, producers, is create something that I thought I coined maybe like 5 minutes ago, but realized it already existed. Edutainment, the idea that we can take something that is primarily information and create something that is both informative and entertaining, that can move a message not just from your mind into your community, but like to add to a greater conversation about what's happening globally. And I believe that what you all are doing is addressing these things, and I won't say like a microcosm, but within the communities that you're impacted, that you're affected by or exist within. It's like you're not just telling a story, you're conveying a message and allowing people who would not otherwise have agency within the scope of the mainstream media a voice, and giving them visibility and within not just that conversation, but in a larger one. I would like to ask you all if you would mind elaborating on your respective entry points into the stories that have been presented in these trailers. I think that a lot of times what we end up doing is we try to tell the story we're most familiar with, and a lot of those stories are those from the communities that we reside in, and yeah, so if you would not mind starting, Gaddy.
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, when the hurricane hit in 2017, I immediately wanted to hop on an airplane and go, but it just wasn't possible. My second son was 1; he was still nursing. There was no electricity. There was no running water. I couldn't physically go. And then in 2018, the summer of 2018, Barbudans in the diaspora planned a homecoming to all go back to Barbuda, because there's more Barbudans in the diaspora that live on the island. And at that time, there were maybe 300, 400 Barbudans that had returned to live full time. And so there was this call. And so Barbudans from around the world all went back. And I went back for that week. And I went back with my camera, my equipment, and started filming in VR, because I thought, most of the world has never heard of Barbuda. Most of the world won't go to Barbuda, but if I document it in 360, maybe people can virtually travel there. And all the fight for the land, and that was still brewing, so it really wasn't, for me at the time, it wasn't the priority. The priority was to kind of document this changing landscape, and what that landscape would look like over time. But and then I started going back every year and just kind of continuing to film. And filming, because it's a really complex topic, and I think sometimes these issues can be very black and white. You're doing damage, you want to show people who are fighting against that damage. But Barbuda's, I find it's really complex, because there's the whole economic issue where the economy was completely destroyed. How can the economy be brought back to life? It's a fishing community, it's a farming community, but that had never been enough for the island. And so having hotels on the island has always been a way for the island to have income. So you have these developers who want to come in and build and rebuild back the tourism economy. So there is benefit to that, but who will benefit, and what is the cost? So there are many Barbudans who want the development to come, who want these developers to come, who want them to take over vast chunks of land and build private residences for the uber rich. So there's that complexity. So I found that really interesting to also document, because it's not this black and white situation, and there is no clear solution. If they go and there's no economic infusion to the island, how will the economy survive? So there's that. And then there's developers who want to come. Some call it greenwashing, but is it really, so kind of, looking at those questions too. So I feel like there's just a lot of layers. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah. I feel like, how do I phrase it? The only way for me to really speak to it is to look at it from a process space, right? There's a story there, not necessarily saying that you set out to initially tell the story that you're telling now, but knowing that this needs to be documented in a way that allows people to find themselves present in that moment. And through that investigation, you're able to allow yourself to be open to the information that you're getting, and that in turn helps for you to present that same information within the proper context to a larger audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, you know, my process changed a lot throughout the process of making The Precipice. I originally went down to, I'm not a member of the Pointe-au-Chien Indian tribe. I'm not Native American. I originally went down to Pointe-au-Chien a year and a half ago, 2 Aprils ago, because the parish closed down their school, their elementary school. And there was a huge outcry from the community that got a lot of press and a lot of people down there, and it got me down there, and started talking with the tribe and getting it and to know them and kind of what was going on, their history with education. And it was just, it was a continuation of a history that, a denial of education to this Native American tribe. And so that was in April. And then 5 months later, Hurricane Ida hit, and it completely changed kind of the story I was telling. I knew that the Pointe-au-Chien was on the fastest eroding basin in the United States. And, you know, that was a part of the interviews I was doing at the time. And then it became a very big reality about what that means. And so, you know, for me, it became kind of an issue of just kind of something I heard recently is like, as a film director, you're turning up the volume on an issue. And it's kind of like someone in a stadium who starts a chant and then everyone else starts to chant. And then there's an energy and an eruption that you know, kind of brings something to the subject. And so for me, I'm trying to highlight that with Pointe-au-Chien, in terms of climate change, they did nothing to cause these issues that are happening to them. In Pointe-au-Chien, people were living on the ground in houses 20 years ago, and now they're 15 feet up in the air. And the only reason, and the fact is that Louisiana was growing until the 1927s. The state was growing. Like the sediment from the Mississippi River was coming down, and the state was building land. And there's three things that happened. The flood in 1927, and for commerce, they levied off the Mississippi River. The sediment was not coming down the river any longer, not building the land. And then in the 30s, the oil and gas companies start coming into Louisiana, and they start cutting pipeline canals and just canals to bring equipment through the land. In Pointe-au-Chien, you just see them all over the place. And that brings in salt water from the Gulf, starts eroding the land. And then now we've got, you know, sea level rise, and it's a compounded issue. So I'm just trying to turn the volume up on that. Like, this is not something they created. That's why I start the trailer with, you know, what do you ask someone who says you shouldn't live here? It's like, our people have been here since 900, year 900. Artifacts go back to 900. Why in 2022 do we have to leave now because of things that we haven't caused? So it's just turning up the volume on those issues. Thank you.
Yeah. So growing up in Eastern North Carolina and not knowing about Princeville, like my proximity to my own history, really made me come face to face with how intentional and how buried deep our history is, right? Like, I grew up in North Carolina. I went to public school. I went to public school for university, and no one ever talked about Princeville. So when I started working on Freedom Hill, and my friends are like, well, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm working on a movie about environmental racism washing away the first town chartered by Black folks. And they're like, oh, where is that? I'm like, home. None of us knew. My main character in Freedom Hill didn't know that Princeville, where she grew up, born and raised, her entire family, generations, did not know that it was the first town chartered by Black people until they had to organize to put up a sign, right? So growing up, there was no signage about it. There are no historical markers. And when I learned that part, and then I added on the environmental racism component that I learned, again, as a young person, I just knew that Kinston flooded all the time, and we didn't have lights for weeks. Like, we didn't have power for weeks. That's all I knew. And I thought, like, oh, we exist, you know, the Neuse River runs through Kinston, North Carolina. When I say that, it's like, yes, there's a river called the Neuse River that runs through Kinston. And so I always thought, okay, we're just close to the river. And people will hear Princeville, and they're like, oh, well, they built up this community in a floodplain. Once you start tracking back, like, well, why did the first town by Black people have to be built in a floodplain? Because that's the only land they could purchase after the Civil War, right? And so I felt like when I learned these two things, I needed to yell it to the rooftops, because I felt bamboozled. I felt like, what do you mean this has been kept from me? And then the other part is that when we learn, you know, like, where we come from, I think of film as like my medium to connect the past, present, and the future. And when we learn where we come from, there's a sense of pride and protection. And when I think about how to document climate change or how to document these environmental issues, the history component is so important. There's a Black community in my hometown, Kinston, North Carolina. I didn't learn about this community until an adult, but it was like one of the first self-sufficient Black communities. They had their own like economy going on, Black-owned markets, washed away in '99. There's nothing there. It's just overgrown plots with a lot of crime that happens. I've always thought that that was just the bad part of Kinston. But no, like that's not what that used to be. That's not what that always was. And so I feel film, as we're talking about like using entertainment as a way in, I just felt that I needed to tell this story so that younger generations grew up knowing and didn't grow up how I grew up in Kinston, just kind of like witnessing it, being victim to it, but not really being able to connect it. And so a part of our impact campaign for the film, I ran a youth media camp in Princeville this past summer, where we paid young people to learn how to document their own histories, right? And so I've been jokingly saying it went so well, I have to keep doing it. So the overall picture is that we create and continue to build on this legacy, because it's not that I'm creating it, it's a legacy that exists of Black storytellers. Because if we don't document our own stories, then what happens? I'm 22 before I learned about this history that was in my backyard the entire time. And so hopefully our youth media camp and our youth work continues to kind of like find these buried stories, and young people are the ones telling them. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's fine.
No, it most definitely does. And it really pulls me to where I wanted to go, which was essentially to say, you know, everyone has a story to tell. Not everyone's story gets shared, you know, and at some point when you realize that the stories that are your own, of your culture, when they're not being shared and when it only takes one generation for the story in that history to go away, someone has got to get mad as hell, like Mrs. Brown was saying, Ms. Brown was saying earlier, you got to get mad as hell and do something different, right? You have to, once you are privy to the information, it becomes your responsibility to, you know, share that with someone else, whether it be someone in your family or whether it be your immediate community. I feel like what we do as filmmakers is, you know, not to say that everyone's walking around mad as hell, but you know, you exist in a place where you don't see yourself reflected and you see your stories being pushed aside. And at some point you have to say, I'm gonna take responsibility for this. I'm gonna carry the weight of this for as long as I have to carry it, and make sure that someone else will help me in that by just making sure it's available to someone else. Let's see. I had notes. So from what I'm hearing from you all and your respective documentaries is, you know, there is a lot of responsibility, a lot of shared responsibility, and it's not something that an individual can take on, as you can see from the individuals that are participating, that are being documented, that it takes all hands, all eyes, and it takes a lot of heart and effort and courage to move through these things. And what I would like to know from you all is, how has being privy to these things and putting yourself in these positions to be documentarians and storytellers that amplify their existence and their struggles and their persistence and perseverance to survive, to thrive and not just survive, how has that impacted you as individuals, not just as filmmakers? Because there is a part that isn't like, for me at least, it does a thing to me to hear someone go through a thing and to know that they are experiencing a sense of helplessness or potentially hopelessness, but are still pushing through because there is no other way.
I can answer. I learned and grew and just like became more whole like through Freedom Hill. It's a project that literally took me back home. I was in Chicago for the better part of a decade. And like I have literally moved back to North Carolina now through this work. I always say that like I learned how not to tell a story as a journalist, as a TV news reporter, like almost like completely reject all of what I learned in journalism school now. And I say that to say, I choose intentionally not to focus on the trauma in our stories, right? And so I like to tell these restorative narratives, and in telling those restorative narratives, I have such a bigger viewpoint of the ecosystem of care and community that exists. And so we get really boggled down with, it's a whole bunch of stuff going on all the time, like stressful, depressing stuff. And I was on a panel when we screened at Black Star, someone had asked, like, how do you not become, so stressed with that? And how do you continue to find your way through? Are we trying to build a better world? And I'm like, I'm able to see through the people I do films on that the better world is already built. Like the rest of the world maybe not in on it, but like my main character, Marquetta, when she learned that her great-great-grandmother was the only Black woman listed on the census that owned land in the South, in North Carolina, she moved back from Philly. She learned that, she's like, oh, I'm moving back to Princeville. Like, that's nothing. She moved back from Philly, moved to Princeville, started an organization called the Freedom Org. And their work is like centered around decolonizing everything they do, decolonizing all the practices in Princeville, and like showing up for the community, teaching them how to grow their own food, like teaching, like things like that are important in the work as we like strive for liberation. And so like being able to focus on those things and choosing to focus on it has like given me, it's opened up my imagination to like what is possible in the world that we can and currently do live in, that some people are creating right now.
I love that so much. For me, I find, working in social justice, it can get overwhelming from the participants. Sometimes their struggles feel like a lot, and you want to take that on. But I feel like I'm one person, and I have this one skill, and that's my contribution, which is documenting and amplifying their stories. And that's what I can do. Beyond that, I feel like then you're starting to take on a kind of white savior complex, which is not the way I approach storytelling. I find that in my artistic practice in the past years, I've really looked at the idea of documentary filmmaking. I mean, documentary filmmaking started, as an art form, in Canada by white men going to the north with their own perception of what the Inuit exist, and wanted to document it, but not really, it wasn't a two-way street. It wasn't an actual observation of how people live and wanting to capture that authentic reality. It was, they came in with their perspective and documented it in the way they saw. And that is the foundation of this medium. So for me, it's about trying my best to never take that approach. It's really a partnership. I'm really an invited guest into someone's world, and it's my responsibility to kind of be true to their story, and just be, I am a tool for that. And so I find, myself as a filmmaker, myself as a person, I can, not let the difficulties of the people I have the honor to capture, to not kind of let that impede. I mean, it's difficult because, yes, sometimes people, are living in very difficult situations, but I just feel like, I just try to take a hopeful, perspective of, hopefully my little bit will assist with the change, but it's not just me. There are many others, and there are many avenues that can also assist.
Yeah, and for me, it's definitely challenging work. emotionally challenging, but documentary filmmaking, for one thing, has taught me that human beings have more similarities than differences, no matter how different in cultures or where they live. And as a documentary filmmaker, you're highlighting the similarities and the personal stories that people have that can resonate with people across the world. And so that gives me hope that, I think that we think that we're so much different than each other, but when you go down and you go into people's homes and have really personal and intimate conversations with them, you learn that they're just like the other person you interviewed, somewhere completely different. And so that gives me hope that we might be able to find some common ground to address these issues in a realistic way and kind of just relay the information that people can relate to.
Yeah. Thank you. Earlier in I believe it was the first panel, they were trying to, as they were wrapping, they were trying to figure out what would be considered a win. And I would like to pose the same question, like, what would be the best possible outcome from the productions that you all produce and the stories that you're telling? And what is, I guess, what would be, I guess that's it. Like, what?
I like that question. What is the best possible win? For me, I believe that like documentary and film can be used as an entry point, just like step 0 into a community, into the different types of work that can spin out of the film itself. So it's really important for me to do impact work alongside filmmaking. And this summer, I mean, my students thought that we had this major production budget. They didn't know it was my bank account. And like when I went to the bank and got their checks at the end of the year, it was like the best $5,000 I had ever spent. And that was a win for me. And I say like the more money I could raise, the more money I could literally use film as an excuse to just put it into the pockets of community members. Like another part of our impact campaign is to families can fill out an interest form to host an intimate screening of the film, and we'll give them like $500 worth of groceries for the month. Like just using, those are wins to me. Like, and they don't have to be like huge wins. I'm like looking at wins in the community, like one additional person who now knows about this really rich history in North Carolina, who's gonna go tell like their little cousin about it. And then there's that pride that happens that like, this is where we come from. It has not always been this. Because if you go to Princeville now, it looks like the hurricane happened last week. We're talking about a hurricane in 2016 that displaced people who were already displaced from 1999. And so Princeville, yeah, that's a win, to not go on a rant, but that's a win for me. Like when people learn about our history in Eastern North Carolina, and as much transformation that can take place from the film itself, that we can kind of drive as a production, that's always a win for me. I believe that like if you're going into a community to tell this story, then hopefully you're contributing to the work that's making that community better, and you're not leaving it the same way you found it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say a win for me would be, there are wins in my film in terms of that the school that brought me down there that was closed through the process of making of the film. We released a show because the tribe is not federally recognized. They're trying to get their federal recognition. And we put out a short program on LPB about the tribe. And that was watched by senators and congressmen, apparently, because when the tribe went to the state legislature to reopen their school and get a French immersion school in Pointe-aux-Chenes, the congressmen were pointing to what they watched and learned about the tribe, and they passed the tribe getting a French immersion school with no nay votes. So it's things like that where you see the work in action, and and whether that's, you know, helping, you know, just get the word out that these people exist, that this tribe exists, that they are there, they've been there, and they shouldn't have to move anywhere else, or whether it's helping them, you know, get the word out that why a school, why an elementary school is needed in a town. Those are the wins that, you know, really make the work worth it.
Mm-hmm. Mm. And for me, I think it comes in twofold because I'm still making this film. So for me, in the process of making the film, a win for me would be, you know, because I'm interviewing people from all spectrums, is just to have them rethink their role, you know, in the, you know, the larger picture. You know, as I interview developers, will they question, you know, their approach? Will they reach out to the community? Will they listen to the community? As I'm filming community, will more community become more engaged? So those would be wins for me. With the film being shared with the world, you know, will more people know about Barbuda, about Barbudan people, will want to come and invest in the island, invest in the people, invest in their futures. So those would be the kinds of wins for me.
Thank you. I was having a conversation earlier with Candace, and she made mention of like 16-year-old self. And for me, I didn't even imagine I'd get old, right? So I think I would like to pose that same question. It's not even directly related to this at all, but I feel like sometimes we are so present in who we are and what we're doing that we don't take time to reflect on where we've come from and how we've grown through the process of just education and just, you know, being alive. So I don't even know how I'd phrase that question. So how would your 16-year-old self feel about what it is that you're currently engaged in and the subject matter that you're pushing out, and not say pushing out, the subject matter that you're presenting an unknowing public to?
My 16-year-old self probably couldn't believe it because both my parents were journalists, and I said I was never going to become a journalist. So he'd be like, "Dude, what happened?" But I guess it's just, yeah. My 16-year-old self would probably be pretty proud as well, just because it's taken me a lot of different places I never thought I would have gone. Filmmaking, it's brought me in front of a lot of amazing people that I never would have met otherwise, and it's truly an honor to be able to sit down with those people and tell these stories. And so I think that my 16-year-old self would be pretty happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I pretty much agree. When I'm at 16, I had no clue what I wanted to do with my life besides track. I was a track athlete, and that took me to New Orleans on a scholarship, and that was my tunnel vision. Beyond that, I wasn't sure, but I liked computers. So I think my 16-year-old self would be pretty down, you know, proud of this journey I've been taking. You know, over the past, I don't want to say how many years, but a few decades. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've been talking a lot to my 16-year-old self, trying to heal my inner child. But I always knew I wanted to tell stories. I said I wanted to be a storyteller, and people around me, like in high school, they gave me journalism. I was directed toward the newspaper. By the time I graduated college, I was on the side of the road covering like, Lord knows what. And I'm like, this is not what I meant. These are not the type of stories I want to tell. So I think that my 16-year-old self would be so proud that I found the medium I was looking for. And again, I'm sorry I keep talking about this camp, but again, like a part of our impact campaign was really built around 16-year-old Rashida. And when I brainstormed the camp, it was because not only I don't want our stories to get lost, but if I had a camp that taught me documentary filmmaking that I went to at 15, I would be on my 15th film by now. I'm on my first film. If I were introduced to this as a child, you know, like I would be unstoppable. So I built this camp, like wanting to give that to the young creatives in the South and in rural, you know, America. And a lot of times those are the communities that get left out of the narrative or the thought around, like, you know, these programs. My students told me they never would have gone to a program like this. It doesn't exist in North Carolina. And so just really proud that I found this medium, and I find it my responsibility to pass it on, to tell other people. And the one thing that I am shocked about, I never would have thought I would be returning to North Carolina. I never would have thought at 16. At 16, I was fighting day and night to get out of Eastern North Carolina, and to get out of the South and to go to the city and all of this stuff. And now I can't stop telling people about North Carolina. I can't stop talking about the country. Like, I'm like, y'all come to the country, it's fun. So that's shocking, and that's really gorgeous. And so, yeah, she's somewhere happy.
No, I asked that primarily because I like the question, but also because, you know, like Ms. Brown was saying earlier, you know, she's been doing this since she was 12. You know, there is, you know, everyone has an entry point that takes place at some point in their life, but, you know, I feel it's really important to engage people where they are, no matter what age they are, and let everyone know that, like, you know, you have just as much agency where you are in your immediate environment as you do in the world. Because what you do on that small scale, whatever scale you start on, it has an impact that ripples out from your community and from your immediate environment. I think what I'll do now is turn to questions, and I will start with, I don't know why I think everything's a touchscreen. Sorry, I don't have a Mac, so I don't know what this is. All right. First question online is, how do you all get funding to make your films?
Oh man, I just started laughing. When I was pitching Freedom Hill, I was actually really, as this was my first film, I was really like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. I thought, like, I'm doing a film, hey y'all, I want to do a film about environmental racism in the South. Yeah, you know, it's give me the money to do this. And it was a humbling experience because it's really hard to fund documentary films. And especially when you're constantly working against the industry that, as we keep talking about, doesn't really affirm your stories. And not only do you have to pitch your stories, but you have to, like, explain in depth why it's important. I've had people ask me, well, how does this story resonate with white audience members? And I'm like, and it's a normal question. I get that question a lot. And I'm like, I don't care how it resonates with white audiences. That's not my audience. But, you know, when you say that, then it's hard to get funding. It's really hard to get funding. I was fortunate to get some grant funding from a Hulu accelerator program. So we got some production money early on from Hulu and Cartimquin. And just grants. And then once you dig your way through the grants and get all of those no's, you start looking for, you know, non-traditional funders, going to foundations that are doing environmental work, if your story is about environmental things. And you got to just get creative, but it's really hard. It's really hard to find funding, in my experience. Maybe y'all know where the money at.
Yeah, well, I think I have a pretty different experience because I'm in Canada. And so we have a great funding system just because we are next to America. And, well, I say that because Canada can't compete with Hollywood. So our government has a lot of support to making films and supporting films because our films don't really make money. So there's a lot of granting systems in Canada. But a lot of the problems with that is that what is a Canadian story? And I think probably until 2020, Black stories were not considered very much Canadian stories. So it was very difficult to find funding. My first feature documentary, I raised more money outside of Canada than within Canada. I got a grant from Sundance for that film, and plugging into that institution opened a lot of doors and a lot of funding opportunities. So places like that, I would say to go to. And then through that, you'll learn about a lot of other funds. I would look up the Documentary Core application. A lot of funds, a lot of grants use that. And so pretty much it's the same questions that are asked, like what is your director's vision, the treatment and all the, once you have those foundational questions answered, you can apply to a lot of grants with what you've written. And a lot of foundations, broadcasters. I do a lot of work in television, so getting sales from broadcasters within, internationally around the world. A lot of broadcasters are interested in stories. I think to find more information about those, attend festivals, and the industry programming at festivals and major festivals are a great place to learn about the different funds, connect with the broadcasters, pitch your stories, getting into pitches, like Black Star has a pitch, TIFF, Toronto International Film Festival, has a pitch. There are many festivals that have pitches and opportunities, and just really doing your work to understand the funding systems that are available to you. You have to do that work. The money's not going to come to you. And that, for me, is more work than actually making the film, is finding the money for the film. But in America, it's always the grass is greener. We have our government funding, but in America, you guys have the foundations and the private funding that comes in America is unlike I've ever seen anywhere else. And there's a lot of funds that I think you can tap into and, piece together your full budget.
Yeah, this is my third documentary, and the first one I don't really have to worry about funding because Louisiana Public Broadcasting is kind of doing it for me. So it's new for me. The first two was on the ground and getting Kickstarters when Kickstarter was a big thing, and just kind of going out and finding the money yourself. But for this documentary, I've been fortunate to have Louisiana Public Broadcasting kind of back me on it.
There's a second question online, and then I'll ask from the audience. It starts off with a comment. This is from Sherry. It says, "I love claiming organic granular. I love claiming organic granular wins, the grassroots that makes us who we are. How can we purpose creative technology to scale our coming together as community around these wins?" So in essence, what I imagine the question is asking, within the context that you've all placed the wins from your respective documentaries and process, how can we rally behind what it is that you're doing to amplify what it is that has been done already to propel us into the future where those things aren't necessarily things that we have to take up?
Yeah, I think on terms of what I was saying about turning up the volume, and I guess it's just getting behind something that finding the passion behind it that the film kind of tries to convey. So my film is called The Precipice, and it was a kind of a twofold title of this town, Pointe-aux-Chenes, is on a precipice of either solving their climate issues and figuring this out or not. And on another more macro level, the world is on the precipice of figuring out this climate issue. And if you can't solve a problem like in Pointe-aux-Chenes, which is a small little town, then what are you going to do when the waters come for the next city? And it's so. I think is when you turn up that volume on those issues and you get people excited about something, it kind of shifts the focus. And I think that is what we need to do, is just kind of shift the focus from the messaging of climate change is real to this is what you need to do about it. This is the messaging we need to get out there, and on an individual level, but also change the messaging to. This is much bigger than an individual thing, and holding those who are accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think for me, it's important to leave a trail behind me for people who want to follow. So as we're talking about figuring out the funding landscape, figuring out, like the industry, making sure that, and a lot of my work is youth-based, but not just young people. I always censor young people when I'm talking about it. I want to say leave a ladder for young people to continue on telling these stories and using this creative medium to educate, to empower, to all of that, but also just people in general. We're doing like a Tell Your Own Story quick workshop with the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network in North Carolina. And that's just an example of like, how can we do a film screening, but also like give community the tools and the resources and the access so that I like am not, like how people and storytellers say, giving voice to the voice, and like, no, so that like they are able to use their own voice and have the tools to do so. And so, yeah, that's how I think about that question, just making sure you're opening yourself up to the community that you're working in and leaving behind those tools and those resources so they can follow if they want.
Yeah, and just to piggyback, I think you guys have said it all, but there's a Canadian filmmaker, Kelly Fife Marshall. She has the saying, make ripples where you are. And I think we all have the ability to do that, make the ripples in however we can, do the action, in your community, in your space, with the tools you have, with your capacity. If any of our stories speak to you, follow us, catch our films, support the impact campaigns, and, have that as being the starting point. And take it upon yourself to, take what action you can.
All right. If there are any questions from the audience, we would ask that you come up to the mic. No one wasn't in? Oh, sorry, I can't disconnect.
Hi. So Rashida, I'm from Philly. My first two films premiered at Black Star, so I saw your films.
I remember you.
Oh, that's right, at the front. I like what you said. It's your first film. Like, I made so many mistakes. I wish I would have started earlier. Like, what was one thing that you, what did you learn? You know what I mean? Like, what was something you wish you knew? Because I made so many mistakes my first few films. It's like, man, if I would have knew this earlier. So what you're doing with your youth media project is amazing. Like, and also for you in Canada, I'm documenting a potential move to Canada before 2024, before the orange person returns. So potentially. So I'm noticing that documentation that a lot of white Canadians base a lot of their existence on not being America. You know what I mean? And so they ignore their own issues. Like, oh, we're not as crazy as them, but they have issues. So that's really a question. Like, does that inform your work? And have you noticed that? So.
Yeah. So I say Freedom Hill is my first film. I had a film before Freedom Hill that I made all those mistakes on. The world won't ever see it. It's called Regrowth. And it's about environmental justice on the west side of Chicago. And it was told through the stories of these urban community gardens that pop up. And what I learned on that project, as a journalist, as a TV news reporter, I did everything. I was shooting my own stories, editing my own stories, doing my interviews, and then appearing on the news like nothing happened. And I would show up to people's homes with my camera, and they were like, "Where's your crew?" I'm like, "It's me." And so going into film, I thought that film was also an individual sport like that. I learned, in doing Regrowth, I was DPing, I was editing, and then someone finally said, you don't have to do all that over here, right? And I was like, what you mean? Like, you should not, you can, and some artists do that, but this is more of a collaborative sport, and that's why I love documentary filmmaking as opposed to journalism. And so I learned through Regrowth, and what I applied on Freedom Hill is I always talk about Freedom Hill. I say our film because it was such a collaborative, like, when my editor had something that he wanted to say about the movie, it wasn't just, well, I'm the director, like, that's not, we had conversations, and I worked in conjunction and collaboration with my team. And that was really important lesson. And I think that's why, in my opinion, the film is so good, because it includes, and even in our characters, like, it's not just one central character, it's a portrait of a place. And so you hear from different voices, which I think is really important in deconstructing this, like, this traditional way we've been taught to tell stories and whose voice matters in a story. And so, yeah, I learned all of that, like, before and applied it to Freedom Hill.
Oh, Canada. So there's a saying that, you know, when America sneezes, we also catch the cold. And so, you know, 2025, we might have the cousin to the orange lead our country. So, you know, like, you know, in 2020, when, you know, the murder of George Floyd happened, there was a rude awakening in Canada as well. Because, yeah, we like to say, oh, we're not that racist, we're not this, we're not that. But we have been, Black people and Indigenous people and people of color in Canada have been experiencing that our whole lives. And, you know, to the point where there's a thing called a Heritage Minute in Canada, which is a 1-minute short film that dramatizes a historic moment in Canadian history. And these are like, you know, it's kind of, it's something that we've all grown up with, and it's, you know, kind of part of our heritage. Well, my production company made one last year, and it was the first one to ever be made to recognize that slavery existed in Canada.
Oh, wow.
And pretty much up until that, you can still talk to an average person who will deny that slavery existed in Canada. The first Europeans came to Canada with enslaved Africans. The history of Europeans in Canada has always existed with the enslavement of Africans and the persecution of Indigenous people. And there's this idea that Canada has this promised land. It was the you know, Underground Railroad was in Canada, where, you know, enslaved Black people from America would come and seek refuge. Yeah, that happened, but that only happened from 1834, when slavery became illegal in Canada. So we only had 30-year difference from America. You know, yes, we did not have Jim Crow, but we still had the same things. Like, it wasn't until the early 1900s that Black people were allowed to actually get degrees in medicine or law. So our history of racism is deeply rooted, but it's just not in your face. And I'm not sure which is worse. You know, so yeah, Canada, you know, there's many things. I mean, we also don't have, you know, the same, you know, gun laws. So there's the level of safety and interactions with racist people are at a different level. But, you know, our police force, you know, we still have our issues. As people were protesting for George Floyd in America, we were protesting for Regis, what's her last name? Regis Pertinsky-Paquette, who was a young Black woman who was going through a mental health crisis, and the police came to intervene, and somehow she fell from a 15-story window to the ground. And 3 weeks after that, that same thing happened to another Black male in another part of Southern Ontario. And 2 years prior to that, in one of my films, I documented a case of a young Black male who the exact same thing happened. So to me, there's, you know, there's too many similarities between America and Canada, and there's a lot of denial of what that interaction is in Canada. But, you know, we also don't have this, there's a different degree of this red wave and all of these things happen. It's, yeah, like I said, when America sneezes, we catch the cold, because the same thing, I see MAGA hats in Canada. You know, there's the same fear of, you know, power shifting. Like Toronto, I think, is on the verge of having a larger population of people of color than white people. You know, so there are these things that are happening. So, you know, the grass isn't greener, but there are different opportunities, and the way things are expressed do happen in different ways. there are many ways that things are more progressive here. There are many ways things are more progressive in Canada. But yeah, the struggle is real on all sides.
We have time for one more question from the audience. Let's do it.
How's it going, y'all? My name is Gerard Foster. I appreciate y'all's stories and the work y'all put in. I do have a question. If y'all do plan to, at the completion of y'all's project, do you plan on following up on the process and the progress of the areas that y'all are filming?
Yeah, I don't know if in terms of putting it on film, but I've made some very close relationships in Pointe-au-Chien that I'm just going to keep going back down and seeing how everyone's doing. Whether or not I document it or not, I'll always go down to Pointe-au-Chien and go eat some pot fried crabs and hang out on the bayou. So there's still a lot more to the story. I'm gonna have to finish this documentary before the tribe puts in their final petition for federal recognition. So I wish I had more time to work on it, but I know I'll always be going down to Pointe-au-Chien.
Well, Barbuda is kind of like my second home. So, it's my husband's family's all there. We go back, and just really try to instill it in our kids so they understand their heritage and they get that love, which I feel like it's already growing in them. In terms of other stories, we'll see what the future holds. Just want to finish this one, and I'm sure there'll be many other ways of documenting the culture, or not, or just experiencing it. We'll see.
Freedom Hill's finished. It's screening tomorrow, y'all. Please go see it at 4 o'clock in the Shorts block. I'm from Eastern North Carolina, so that's home. I will always be in Eastern North Carolina. I found myself driving to Princeville in the middle of a hurricane in September. I can't even remember the name of that hurricane now, but there was a hurricane that was in the Atlantic in September. And I was on my way to the East Coast. And I'm like, what? I was going to pick up one of my students. I'm like, I'm really driving to the coast in this hurricane. But that to say, like, to give you a visual of like the pull that I feel to go back home. Like I'm always gonna go even in a storm. That was accidentally poetic, but yeah, I will always be back, yeah.
All right. I would like to thank all our panelists, not just those that are before you, but all that came before, and the moderators. This has been an honor for me. Been nervous the whole time. So
you did
thank
great.
You.
Gotti and Rosita, I every time I come to sessions and I hear filmmakers talk, I'm just constantly learning and trying to figure out how can we help, how can we support. So one of the things that we can do right now, which is we like to take care of our makers. So we have lunch for y'all right now. And we're gonna, although the problem of course is we only have 30 minutes, we're not gonna have our full lunch because we are running behind, but we're gonna do 30 minutes. And then I hope that everyone stays for the breakout sessions because this is really where you get an opportunity to just open up your creativity. And I think as one of the panelists from the last panel, the virtual panel said, we want you all to create. We need to hear from you. You need to. We want your stories. I'm not telling you what to tell, what to create. I want you to bring your stories to us. All right. So we really want to encourage you to have some fun and create and engage and come up with new ideas and ways to which you can engage with audiences or platforms, etc. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and have lunch, right? And I'll see y'all here in 30 minutes. Thank you.